Good morning, sir. Kiran, sir, your mic is mute.
Yeah, hello, hi.
Yes, sir, we can hear. We will be starting by 9:30, sir.
Yeah, that's like in 5 minutes, right?
Shortly, we will be starting, sir. Within 2 minutes, we'll connect you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all respected dignitaries and invited guests and the delegates. I hope that you have enjoyed yesterday's all sessions. So thank you for your cooperation and we expect the same today also. Today is the second day of the MEDRECON 2022. So we are moving to the sessions of second day. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all present here for the first session of the second day and the sixth plenary episode of MEDRECON 2022. We feel privileged to invite our esteemed chairperson for presiding this session. It's an honor to have with us Professor Dr. Anil Goyal, Head of the Department of Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur. Sir is keen researcher and author of numerous articles in the field of pediatrics and pediatric emergency. We welcome you, sir.
Next, we have Dr. Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Aiims Raipur. Sir is also the editor of the Minds newsletter, the exclusive newsletter of psychiatry for doctors and medical students. We welcome you, sir.
Okay, we'll continue. I request Dr. Anil Goyal, sir, to take the session forward from you. Sir, please.
So at the outset, I want to thank you, the organizing team led by Mr. Kalishwara for organizing such a nice event, which I've never heard. And he has organized this. He has organized this 21st National Conference on Medical Records. It's a very nice thing. As you know, the record keeping, documentation, and the medical legal aspects related to the documents, specifically the medical records, is very, very important. And once I came here, I came to know a lot many things about this medical record keeping and how it is to be stored in a proper manner for a longer period of time. So I sincerely thank my colleague, Mr. Kalishwara, for doing such a fantastic thing in our institute. Thank you so much, the entire organizing team also. And on behalf of the organizing team, with permission, I want to welcome all the delegates, both physically as well as on virtual platform, to this second day of this 21st National Conference on Medical Records. So going straightway to the first session, I will take this pleasure to invite Mr. Kiran, who is Masters in Public Health, MPH, and MD in Internal Medicine. His present designation is his author, speaker, and stress management expert. So he will be talking on stress management part. Dr. Kiran is a board certified internal medicine physician practicing at San Diego, California. He is also a diplomat of the American Board of Integrative and Holistic Medicine. Dr. Daya is a founder of Stress-Free Revolution. His mission is to alleviate the sufferings and improve the emotional well-being of people across the world and to raise the global happiness index. As you know, stress has become a part of everybody's life, and I feel it is applicable to the animals also nowadays. So the concept of being rich is now can be defined in terms of having stress. A person who is having less stress, I will consider him the most richest person. So with these words, I will request Dr. Kiran to start the session. Over to you, Dr. Kiran. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your warm welcome. And it is an honor for me to be a speaker at Aiims Raipur National Conference, MEDRECON. Of course, All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, a premier institute. You know, I grew up the first half of my life, like 25 years of my life in India. And then I came here to the United States for higher studies. And it's an honor to be here today with everyone. Now, we have very short period of time. I had to use the time to make the presentation, so we'll just go into the presentation. And just before that, let me just share my screen. 1 second. I just want to, for people who need more help, more resources, I just want to give you this website, drcom.world. You can always go back there to check things, okay? And then you will also find like a lot of articles, books, and many other things there, all right? I just want to let people know about all the things that are available for them. My mission is to really help people live a life of peace and joy, especially in this 21st century. There is so much stress that everyone is going through, especially all of us, health professionals. And let me share my presentation now. 1 second. All right. So our topic today is 1 second.
Dr. Kiran, can you go to the presentation mode?
Yeah, 1 second. You can all see well now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So the topic today is, I'm getting some resound. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Is it any better? One more second. Oh.
Dr. Kiran, if you are facing problem in uploading, can you share the slide with us so that we can stream it from here?
I think we are going to be okay in a second. Okay. Okay. Can you see everything properly now?
Yeah.
That's great. Well, that's life. Stress started already, right? You want to do a presentation and then all of a sudden technical problems. And I have presented this so many times before. Now new stress comes into life, right? Okay, that is, we have to manage it well. So that is what life is essentially. And if we can remain calm, we can actually manage stress very well. That is what this shows. And the biggest problem is in life, stress is a silent killer. I want you to all remember this. Stress is a silent killer. Do not ignore it. We have just seen Shane Warne, the world famous cricketer, died just at the age of like 52. Heart attack. We also saw other young people like Puneet Rajkumar, a Kannada actor, a very famous one. He passed away recently at age 46. And many other young people are dying these days. We are all trying to make more money, do more tasks and this and that. And people are dying in the process. I want you to remember that. Chronic stress. We are all accumulating this chronic stress in our lives, and that is causing us the disease. It is called allostatic load in medical terminology, all the harmful effects of stress. And all medical professionals who have practiced for a while know that 80% of chronic diseases like heart attacks, strokes, high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, all these things, the foundation on which they grow is chronic stress. I want all of you to remember this very, very important point, and we need to face this problem. We need to overcome this problem, all of us together. And every day, you save so many lives. Don't forget to save your own. My colleagues, my friends, fellow doctors, nurses, medical professionals, IT professionals, health information professionals, you all are an important part in this healthcare system. Every day you help so many people. And in this process, we forget to take care of our own selves. Spend some time to save your own life. Now, as you all know, stress is associated with heart attacks, cancer, lung disease, alcoholism, smoking, addictions, accidents. Not only that, not only just our health, our performance is affected when we are stressed. When the employees in organizations like All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences or any other organization, when the employees are stressed, what happens is they make costly mistakes because a stressed mind is inefficient. You can't think properly. Sometimes it is something happening right before you and you just can't see it. You make mistakes. Or your performance is bad. You're slow in doing things. You're tired all the time. That increases the wastage for the organization. That leads to poor productivity. There are so many statistics on how much money we lose as an organization, billions of dollars in America. And the same is true India, everywhere. And also because of stress, our relationships go bad, isn't it? We are fighting with our friends, family members, at work, conflict, too many politics, so many problems. People start smoking, drinking to cope with stress. Stress has its fingerprints on every single system on our body and on every single area of life. We need to get rid of stress together, all of us. And the first step in doing that is understanding what actually stress is, where it is coming from. If you do that, half the battle is already won. Half the battle is already won. Normally, this is like a 1 hour presentation, but I have like 20 minutes. So I'm going to keep it short, okay? So let's see what actually stress is. Where does stress come from? Where do you think it's coming from? Is it something coming from within or something coming from outside? When I'm in a conference, I ask people and I engage them and I ask questions. We spend like 5 minutes on the slide. But here, I'm simply going to use a couple of examples to demonstrate that point. Some people are already thinking, I know in the audience, oh, it is coming from outside. Some people are thinking, no, actually it's from within. And some of you know, what do you mean by within? It doesn't make any sense. It is my wife, it is my husband, it is my boss. Those are the people who are causing stress to me. So let's see if that is real. And to answer that question, we need to ask, what is stress? Well, some people say stress is time pressure, too many things to do, deadlines. Stress is relationships, this relationship, that relationship, dealing with human beings, and something else. People come up with all sorts of definition, and all those things are true to some extent. But at its core, I want you all to understand this. After a lot of study, research, helping other people, experimenting my own self, and many other things, I have discovered that stress at its core is a state of mind where you feel unhappy and distressed. That's it. It is a state of mind. Stress is a state of mind. If there is only one thing that I want you to remember today from this presentation, and that is the definition of stress. It is a state of mind where we feel unhappy and distressed. Why do I say so? Let me give an example, and that also will demonstrate there are 3 stages of stress. So I'm going to give an example, okay? Imagine you are driving along with your friend on your side. And as you're going on the road, you saw there is an accident. There is a lot of blood. It looks bad. Police were there, ambulance there. And you looked out, and then you look at your friend next to you, who also viewed the scene of all the blood. And then your friend fainted. And you say, what happened? What happened? You wake up your friend, give him water. And he asks, What happens? I don't know. Like every time I see blood, I just pass out. I feel nauseous. I just feel don't good. And then I pass out. I feel palpitations. Now, the question is, if blood is causing stress, like some people, I know many people, many doctors here in this conference know there are people like that, right? So if blood is really the stressor, right? And that is causing stress, that is something external is causing stress, then every single person passing on that road should be fainting, isn't it? Yourself, the police, the ambulance, but no, only your friend fainted. That means stress is not always coming from outside. It is your reaction to the situation that is making you feel stressed. And in that point, I want to say, it is a stress state of mind. When those things happen, you're thinking about something consciously or unconsciously, certain thoughts are passing your mind, and that triggers release of certain stress hormones in your body, cortisol, norepinephrine, and many other hormones. And that leads to the signs and symptoms of stress. That's what's happening in your mind. You see, stress is coming from within. Even though it appears that it is coming from outside, it comes from within. The reason why this point is so important is because the moment you realize that, you will also realize that stress is a choice, no matter what is happening around you. I know we all face difficult situations in life. Life is full of challenges. I understand. I'm not trying to diminish that point. We all have challenges. But the moment you understand that you have a choice, that stress, those triggers, right? Stressors or those triggers, they are not the sole determinant of stress in your life. It is your response that makes a huge difference. And once you realize that you have a choice, then you can do something about it. Otherwise, you will just keep blaming the circumstances forever in your life and stay stressed all your life. That is what happens in most people's lives, right? So this is another important point that I want everyone to remember. All right. Now, no matter whether the stress is coming from some external issue or it is coming from internal issue, the final common pathway to stress is thought. It is your own thoughts. The more you think about a problem, the more you're going to feel stressed. I'm not telling you to ignore the problems in your life. You got to solve it. You got to plan. You got to do whatever you need to do. But the solution is not always there just in thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking, worrying, anxiety. It is not in there. If worry and overthinking helps solve the problems, let us all worry. I will also worry along with you. Sometimes we need to let go of the negative thoughts in our mind, and that is when we get solutions. All right. Now, there is another important concept that I want to share with you, that is acute stress versus chronic stress. Acute stress is a protective response to any kind of bad event that happens in our life, illness, accident, or something else, divorce, financial problem, all these things, right? Normally, when an acute event happens, our body is designed to secrete some hormones, the stress hormones, and it helps us actually. And that acute stress response should go away in 45 minutes to an hour. However, a lot of times that acute stress turns into chronic stress. That is the biggest problem that we all have. Acute stress turning into chronic stress. Let me give an example to demonstrate that point, okay? And there is a nice book by an author, Robert Sapolsky, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. Imagine a zebra being hunted down by a lion in African savannas. And then the zebra escapes. And in 30 to 40 minutes, the zebra comes back to normal, grazes, and mixes with the herd, and it's over. However, let's say the same thing happened to a human being, and you somehow escape. You know, the lion was there, you somehow got out of the tourist bus in Africa, and the lion was ready to attack you. And then suddenly you hear a gunshot, your tour guide, and the lion ran away from there. And you said, oh my God, I survived. I survived. But you were so stressed, your body, you sweated a lot, palpitations. So you come to the bus again, sit there. Your body may calm down after an hour or so, but your mind doesn't calm down. It is restless, constantly thinking. You tell the story to everyone around you. You can't let go. You go to sleep at night. And then you wake up in the middle of the night feeling that the lion is attacking you. You have nightmares. And you still continue to have the same experience 3 months later. That is called post-traumatic stress disorder. So what is happening here? Because what happens in human beings is, even though the lion has long forgotten you, you haven't forgotten the lion. That is a problem we all human beings face. We think about it again and again and again and again. We use our mind against our own selves. An example also is like, if your boss said something about you, and the boss already probably forgot about it, but even after a month or two, you continue to stress about it, right? Or your wife or husband said something. So what we do is, we human beings take our thoughts too seriously, and we repeat them in our mind again and again and again, even though the event itself is no longer there. The line is not anymore there physically, but in your mind, it is still there, right? Either you think about something happened in the past and bring stress into your life, or you imagine a very bad future in your mind for whatever reason. So a lot of stress comes from what I call as a dysfunctional thinking program. Chronic stress results from a dysfunctional, repetitive thinking program in our mind. Again and again and again. Often we do it unconsciously. And we get into a negative state of mind, and we create unhappiness for ourselves and others. And that we need to avoid. We need to break the link between the acute stress and chronic stress. And how do you do that? This is the system, what I designed, the PET system. It is a 3-step system that will help you find the deep calmness within, gives you the knowledge, the skills that are needed to break the link between acute stress and chronic stress, and let go of stress and live peacefully and joyfully. I know that we don't have too much time to go over the details of the system, but what I want to do is, for those people who are here, I created something that you could take advantage of. Normally, it's like $500 or whatever it is, but it's going to be free for you guys. All you need to do is, there is a link we are going to send to you guys, or you can go to my website also. It's called the Happiness Bundle. Number one, you all need to know how stressed you are. And there is a tool that I created called Check Your Stress Score. You get that? Number two, I created a small book just for you guys at Aiims, a pocket guide to happiness. It has 5 chapters, some of the most powerful chapters that will help you find happiness in life and take stress away. And also there are a couple of videos on powerful relaxation exercises, a calming technique, and some video called Happiness Therapy, a very powerful video, like 45 minutes. So you could use all those things to your benefit. And I want you to use it. I want you all to feel good, happy. So that's it from my side. I think I spent 17 minutes doing the presentation. We have still 2 or 3 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. That was a very nice presentation and a much needed session at this point of time. And I wish your presentation will definitely distress us, and we'll try to follow the principles of PET, like you have mentioned, in our life. Certain amount of stress is definitely important for individual's life. Anything beyond that, I think that will cause this lifestyle diseases like hypertension and other diseases, which are not good for a human being, and that is probably responsible for our bad quality of life. So
Right.
thank you, Dr. Kiran. I think it was a very nice presentation and mind blowing. Thank you, Doctor. I think Dr. Ajay can, being a psychiatrist, can add something to the topic.
Sure, sure.
Thank
Please.
you, Dr. Kiran.
It's my
Thank you,
pleasure.
Dr. Kiran. It's a very wonderful presentation in a very simplest form so that the people can understand. What I can say that we, in our culture, wise people says that karm kar, karm ki, or phal ki chinta mat kar. So these are basic principles which has been narrated over the period of time so that the people can deal with their distress, day-to-day distress over the period. So it's a very wonderful presentation and thank you.
It's an honor for me to be able to present this today. And, you know, one point, let go. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. There are solutions. You know, no matter how many times I went into the trouble mode, I always found a solution. And there are always solutions. I just want everyone to know. I know how much stress you all go through. We all go through in the healthcare system. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kiran.
You're welcome.
So we have our next presentation rolling. Mr. Gaurav, he will be speaking on technical lead for the all aims for the project E-Shrushat. And Mr. Abhishek, project lead for E-Shrushat, HIMS, and working for Aims principal, Raipur, Aims Raipur. So can we have Mr. Gaurav and Mr. Abhishek?
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. Myself, Abhishek Pratap Singh from CDEC Noida and the project lead for the Aiims Raipur project and other project. With my Mr. Gaurav Gota, he's a principal technical officer and also the technical lead for all the Aims project that we have right now in our kitty. So I start and also thank you everyone that's entire Aiims Raipur that's given me this opportunity to present our e-social product that is developed by the CDEC. So it's about the CDEC and the health informatics system. So CDEC is a primary R&D organization by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and it's also the scientific society under the same body. And right now we have around 12 centers in entire India, and we have a 20 years plus expertise in the different domains. We have a CMMI level 5 company. That's very few companies in the government sector, those have completed their CMMI 5 level things. And also we have to alliance with the different health sectors, teams like a PostGre, like CMS, NRC Pune, that is mainly for the Snowman City and the other ICD-10 codings. So there are some basic key areas where we have to deal with our the CDEC Noida offices that we are in the embedded system, speech and natural language processing, e-governance, IDC. We have our own data centers. So we have one of the single organization other than the NIC, that's we have our own data centers where we have to host different applications. We have our own education and training centers to provide the trainings in the different sectors and the health informatics over which we are talking about today. And we have probably said that's our health informatics system is also available in your organization. That's the Aiims Raipur. So where the CDEC integrated different health products. The first is the e-Shushut. E-Shushut is our hospital management and information system, or we have to call simply as a health information system. Where is the name is come from? E-Shushruth. E for the electronic is a Shushruth. Shushruth is about this, we are all well known. There's a Shushruth, is a Rishi who is the first surgeon, considered the first surgeon in the world that started plastic surgery, and the very renowned name in our healthcare systems. That's a E-Shushruth that's come from where. Next is the E-Raktkosh. E-Raktkosh is a nationwide project over which different blood banks are integrated and on board on the single umbrella, where the COP has got information about the different blood banks, and we are said that Aiims Raipur is also on board of the E-Raktkosh. Next is the E-Aushadhi. E-Aushadhi is a drugs and other management system that has provided the simple management system over the different medicines. That's mainly deal with the generic medicines and all around the India, and we are proudly said that we till date implemented more than 1800 plus hospitals on board. Next is the E-Upkran. E-Upkran is another medical related application that we have performed, that's we normally known as a BMED. That's a biomedical equipment devices that cover we have under this project. That next is a SLCMS. That's a student life cycle management system. This is mainly for those students, those are currently learning in different aims. That's maybe the nursing students or the MBBS students. That's we have to cover their complete life cycle. So they have not to just go on the different portals to cover the things and just take our helps. HFMS, that's a human resource and financial management system. That's another part. That is again the medical hospitals. Then GMEI, that's a generic medical equipment interface. That also plays an important role in your HMS system to just interface all your medical equipment in the single umbrella. So by which all the medical equipment, those are running in your biochemistry lab, pathology lab, all the samples are processed and just got a reports in your single application. Next is a mobile app. So mobile app, right now there's a word of a digital thing. So mobile app is a common thing, and everyone have their own handset. All the things they have to just click on the mobile app. If they order anything else from the food, they just go for the Zomato, Swiggy, just got a delivery. Like a mobile app is also plays an important role for those patients, those are reside in the different parts, but they want to avail the things. For example, this is a Raipur Aiims, and I want to take a appointment for the Aiims Raipur. There's a one option. I have to just contact some of my contacts, or else I have to just come to that Aiims Raipur. But in case I'm not got appointment, so I have to take this facility. For that, we have provided a mobile app things by which patient book their appointment from that day their home, so for the easy of conveyance. Next, this where we are stand right now and what's our experience and implementations. If we talk about our mainly for the health informatics system, so we have a more than 20 years plus rich experience in healthcare sector. We have implemented more than 180 plus e-Shushruth applications in different areas. Here, you have to think it's only the 180 plus. So how you said that in only the 20 plus years, you are only implemented the 180. That means 9 institutes in a per year. But here we have to consider Aiims is a single identity. We consider railway considered as a single identity. So we are present in the SGPGI, MGIMS, RAIMS, railway, Aiims names. They are the different bodies, government bodies. Those have a hospitals. So we have to consider. We have a state-wide implementation in the different states like Rajasthan, Telangana, Odisha, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh. Very soon, we recently this book all the governments on board with the UP government. And next is we have I already told that we have that's a e-blood, e-Raktkosh, that's a blood bank management system. So right now we have 2,000 plus different blood banks on board with our e-Raktkosh. It's a free platform. We are request to please enroll whenever you have to just donate the blood. Please enroll this portal in which you have to got where your blood is utilized, to whom they got a blood, and which part of the blood. Next, there's a drugs, vaccination, supply chain management running across the 18 states, even in the Raipur, that you are using the inventory module for the drug supply, for the request and other things. Next, we are also in the different sectors of programs like family planning, TB central dashboard for the supply chain management and the other things. If we talk about the HMIS implementation in Aiims, right now we have 12 different Aiims. And then very recently we have onboarded the Aiims Rajkot, and we started our journey for Aiims onboarding with the Aiims Patna, that we have to go live in 2018 in the small span of 4 years. Despite of the COVID and everything, we are right now running successfully in 12 different Aiims. And we probably said, and when we start our HMS in your institute, that's the Aiims Raipur, July 2019. So till now, it's almost 3 years about to complete, and it's running very successfully, and hope that most of doctors, patients have take a benefit of all the things. So they are the different standards. We are already, there's a Lonix, Mccd, ICD-10, DICOM, they are the different healthcare systems already incorporate with our applications. So we have a issue shoot is also the complete bundle of e-Rakhosh. We are also integrated with the ORS system that is powered by the NIC, e-Aushadhi, e-Upra. Other integration is also available in our application. So they are the different HMS application modules for all the Aiims. Right now we have to offer 19 different modules under a single umbrella, and we have to implement it in the phase-wise manner. There are some key features of our application that we provide the AIM consultation app that is very useful at the time of COVID. Patient have to directly contact their respective doctor and take up prescriptions. EHR standards we have followed. This is the latest one. That's 2016. Our application is compatible. We have successfully integration your MRD department with the compactor to make a completely digitization system. They have to accept the records, easily maintain, and all the things. We have just very large experience with the different medical equipment interfaces with different firms that we add via. There are different firms. We also integrated with different applications like Mera Aspatal, ORS, Copran, Lab System, Hind Labs, e-Rakhosh, Aiims Portals, and different. We have also the AI and ML based recommendation system for the POC is already going on. We are already implemented in Aiims Mangalagiri, and very soon, by the end of this month, we also implemented in Aiims Raipur. We also citizen-centric mobile app that I already explained to you. Next is, we are also handle different kind of patient benefit scheme like Ayushman Bharat, BPL, EHS, Jan Arogya Nidhi. Also, we have a dashboard and things for the different kind of a management level. For the financial is a different, for the data is a different, and other things. We also support multi-hospital system also, and we have a hybrid deployment. So here are the different ways to just offer to communicate the patient. We have a booklet option, we have a barcode options, we have a smart card options by which patient have to just get it. There are some CR number format that's a 15-digit. Start with the hospital code, then year, then their unique ID. We have this patient care. There's an online appointment. Online take an online appointment. They also paid online. They have a SMS alert when they get registered and when they get reports. Also, very recently, via ABHA integration that's known as a Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. We are the first organization in India that's complied all the 3 milestones: level 1, level 2, level 3. Aiims Raipur is already on board for the level 1. We are going for the level 2 and level 3. Then for the doctor treatments, so they have a different features those we provide for the doctors. There's a patient list. We are also on the way for the ML based recommendation. We have a bookmarks, voice to text, auto vitals also available for the doctors. We have EMI, ABDM records, RX availability all the times. We have some automation process for the investigations order, drugs orders, lab machine interface, procedures, and as I said, for the Snowbit and ICD-10 coding, we already implemented. There are some challenges for the healthcare, how we have to just onboard all the doctors and clinicians because they have a challenges in the government hospitals. The main challenge is the inflow of the patients is too high. How they have to just go for. So there's a patient load, so we have to just go by one. We have to just provide the speech to text and write to text options kind of thing. So to make a more user friendly for the doctors and clinicians. This is some screens for the doctor benchmark. UI made simpler and all the things. We also provide some autofill suggestions. There are some schemes for the e-discharge act. And there are some options for the e-social M consultations. Sorry for the due to less time that I just go through the very briefly. Yes, sir, we have a Scientific mobile app, so you have to use and just take a benefit for the mobile apps. We have a patient wallet, so your patient directly paid online from their home only, so they have not to move in the long queues. There's the EMI views. EMI views is very important for the, or that's why all the records, there is the hospital visits in the OPD or the IPTs or the lab reports, all are available in the electronic medical records. There are the different MIS dashboard as per the users we have just configured. We have a deployment architecture. That's a cloud deployment, provide the 24/7 support, local instance for the deployment. So in that case, we are not relying over the internet, hybrid deployments, and the offline deployments. There's a student management lifecycle. So there are the different areas that we have to cover under the student management life cycles. Next is a human resource and financial management system. This is a completely for the financial department of your organizations. Yeah, thank you. This is all about.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Sorry, Abhishek. No? Yeah, Abhishek. Should I invite him? So thank you, Abhishek, for your nice presentation. I think nice to know that a lot of services are being organized and being used in our department, medical records department. Any query from any audience regarding this thing or any clarification you want to take from Mr. Abhishek?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for the nice presentation. I'm
Thank you,
Dr. Suptan Sarvadikari. I think you have made great progress over the years, and we have been interacting earlier also. So I would like to know exactly, how much of SNOMED City has been enabled in this? So what are the functionalities of SNOMED City? Are you using as a data dictionary, or have you integrated beyond that? So what exactly is the level of SNOMED City integration?
So for the SNOMED City integration, we are right now available in the procedures and mainly for the diagnosis. They use a coding purpose for the when they accept the case sheet at the time of in the MRD. So they use a SNOMED City because it's the latest one, and also they have a proper coding, so that's why they have to just sort out on the basis of their codings. So we have to use some integrations only.
So also for the lab reports, are you using SNOMED City? Query with Loink, and you are retrieving the reports through SNOMED City or not that?
Right now, we have just with the diagnosis part only.
Only diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how are you integrating it with ICD? Because now I think everything is moving to ICD-11 as well. And in ICD-11, they're also allowing
So ICD-10 is also,
like
so
SNOMED
ICD-10
City.
is also available, sir. We have to just go with the ICD-10 and the SNOMED City both, because it's depend upon the clinicians which they have to use for the ICD-10 or the SNOMED City. As per their requirement, we have to just integrate both we give both the options.
No, yesterday actually we heard a presentation that ICD-11 also is being used in the ABDM. So I think if ICD-11 is quite different from ICD-10. You are using post-coordination as in SNOMED City. So are you planning to upgrade to the ICD-11 part also, or not yet?
So for that part, sir, completely their call, sir.
Yeah, because yesterday only we heard a presentation that they're implementing ICD-11 and ICHI. They're doing it for the NHA and WHO together. They're doing it for the ABDM part.
Yes, I completely understand from your point, sir, because it's a completely their request. For example, if I just implement the SNOMED City, but they want I only go with the ICD-10. So in that case, we have to provide both the options.
No, that is okay. Mapping
so
is
that's
there.
only the reason. Actually, their calls. If they go for the ICD-10, so we have options. Otherwise, they have to just set their interest is very less. Say ICD-10, so but SNOMED City is the latest. Why you are not good at? So that's why. That's why we have to provide both the options to make them easy.
No, SNOMED City has got so many various options. It's a clinical terminology system, so the options are manifold. In fact, if you do it properly, you can develop clinical decision support systems easily. So are you planning to scale up the SNOMED City enablement part, or you are not planning right now?
So for the diagnosis parts, very less clinicians are using those things because they are normally used only that there's their own terms and the textual parts. So that's this is one of the reason they are not go completely with the SNOMED or the ICD test, because both.
Then it defeats the purpose. I mean, standards are meant to be followed.
So they are the
with purpose.
standards. I completely understand with your point, because we are not forcing to anyone. We just give their freedom to use the applications and just go ahead. Otherwise,
I mean, you
in
have
the
to work back way. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to do the natural language processing and code to the pertinent SNOMED concept.
Yes, sir. Even in the MRD, that's very well used by the Kaleshwar sir, and just they give the lots of inputs in the MRD. So they have to just request for the SNOMED and the ICD-10 coding. So in their reports, we have to just provide them. So
No,
for the
my
more part,
suggestion is, I mean, SNOMED is too versatile. It can be used for multi-purpose. Try to scale up. I mean, add more and more of SNOMED.
so definitely take
just
your
diagnose
valuable inputs and definitely implement in the other projects that we have to just go ahead with the SNOMED only. But we also have some limitations. We work over the user's perspective.
And it's not an easy. I mean, technologically also it's quite challenging.
So all the changes
agree
takes
with
us
that.
a little bit time, sir. So we have to just go by this phase by phase manner. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Abhishek, one requirement, or you can say one suggestion. We all are using mobile, and as you know, most of the chronically ill patients, they are coming to our hospital and they require frequent follow-ups. And it has been observed that most of the parts of the country, the follow-up is a very difficult part. So can we develop some system where we can alarm the patient in his mobile regarding his follow-up for that particular visit? Or in other words, can we activate in our mobile so that we can send one SMS or something like that to the person concerned, so that that reminds the patient to that, so he has to come back for the follow-up.
So you are the best person to answer for this query. The users are myself.
Definitely we can work on it, and we can improve the system, but we have the teleconsultation part in our mobile application. So for follow-up alerts, we can give to the patient or even to the doctor also, respective doctor also. Definitely we'll work in this area.
Because most of the time when the patient takes medicine, he becomes asymptomatic. So he doesn't think that he should come back again, because from our perspective, it is required that he should come back so that we can titrate the medicines or titrate some investigations with time. So that is equally important from our point of view. And moreover, that is required for the research point of view also. Whether the patient is improving or not, trial of some medicines going on, so in that way.
So if you're using a mobile app and there's an option for the OPD patients for also, so there's a drug suggestion also, and it's completely integrated with your hospital drugs inventory system. So all the drugs are available; those are available in your hospital. So. And we also provide an option for add external drugs also. So you have to just add drugs.
So thank you, Mr. Abhishek, and thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for your nice presentation and eye-opening softwares that is being used in our hospital. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think.
Sorry, if I don't mind, can I ask one more question to the crowd? Thanks, Dr. Anil, for this question, because I'm Dr. Amrit, I represent HCG Oncology, and follow-up becomes all the more pertinent in oncology setup, because we have patients who need to be followed up anywhere between 3 years to almost 13 years, 14 years, and 20 years, so on and so forth. So this is a very pertinent question, and thanks for that question. And there needs to be IT-enabled systems where we can interact with the patient and remind them, even though they are not actively coming back to us. So thanks for that question. But my question was a little more on the general side, and I'm not sure who is going to answer this. We have Kaleshwar sir from the MRD department, doctors, clinicians, as well as the IT crowd. So I thought this is the best forum to put this question out there. Is this culture change from paper records to medical records? How has this culture change been enabled, and how does IT help it? How do the clinicians kind of make this transition from having to write everything on the paper to having to record everything on a system? And how does the culture change happen in the MRD level? So the question is essentially open to the stage, and whoever could want to take it. Thanks so much.
So your question is, if I understand, I just repeat it. So if I understand correctly, that's how we just go the paperless kind of thing. So I start this, everyone does. We are not as much as a kind of a techie guys. Even we are also a technical person, we are not this. Even from our starting the education and we are using a pen paper kind of things. And as per the flow of the number of patients in our government hospitals, there are a lot of. So we have to just take off all the things. So all the changes will take a little bit time, but it definitely happen. For that, we required a lot of things. We required a technology. That's technology also, and your part involvement also. We provide a technology. For example, we provide a speech to text thing in our application, but it is depend upon the lots of infrastructure part. They required a systems kind of thing. They required an internet and all the things. And for your participations also. So as we start here, initially, there's a lot of paper that we have to use, but right now we are almost 5 to 10% less the day when we have to start. So when you have to start all the prescriptions in applications, so you are already moved to the online part. And for the different hospitals, that's another question. So we have already integrated with the ABDM, and we have already achieved the level M1, M2, M3. Once the ABDM is integrated properly, so in that case, all the patient records, that's a one nation, one health ID kind of thing. This startup. So in that case, you are able to access all the electronic records. Those are available with other hospitals in your hospital also for diagnosis, all the things, all the reports and everything else. For that, you have to need a patient consent. For example, you as a medical oncologist, find out. So once you have not entered all the things online, so how this IM take your documents? Once you have to start the things, another department also takes. It's a kind of a change and revolution thing that takes a time, but we have to start from any stage. Once it starts one by one, so we have to just got all the records online and just we move to the electronic records. Otherwise, still we are on the paper. Yeah, anything, anyone, any question? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I request
Abhishek.
Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Gaurav to please be seated as we proceed for the felicitation program before finally concluding our session. Please, sir. We extend our sincere gratitude to the chairpersons and speakers for the marvelous conduct of this plenary session. Now I would like to request Dr. Anil Goel, Head of the Department of Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur, to present a memento to Dr. Kiran Dindal, Stress Management Expert, as a token of appreciation. As Sir joined us virtually, I would like to request Mr. Kaleswara IT, Head of the Department of Medical Records, Aiims Raipur, to receive the memento on behalf of Dr. Kiran Dindal. So please. Now I would invite Dr. Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Aiims Raipur, to felicitate Mr. Gaurav and Mr. Abhishek, representatives from CDAC. Please, sir. And I also request both the sirs to kindly receive the token of appreciation.
Now, may I take this opportunity to call upon the dais Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, in charge of Department of Medical Records, Bombay Hospital, Indore, to felicitate our esteemed chairpersons. Sir, please. And I request Professor Dr. Anil Goel, HOD, Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur, to kindly come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Sir, please. I also request Dr. Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Aiims Raipur, to receive the memento.
I once again thank all the esteemed chairpersons and speakers for their valuable time and the wonderful conduct of this plenary session. Thank you all. Moving on to the next session of the day, we invite our esteemed chairpersons upon the dais. We are honored to have with us Dr. Anjali Pal, Additional Professor, Department of Community and Family Medicine, Aiims Raipur. Ma'am has numerous articles and research papers giving a great insight into the subjects of primary care, epidemiology, and public health. We welcome you, ma'am.
We also have Dr. Deepak D'Souza, Additional Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Aiims Raipur. Sir completed his MBBS in the year 2000 and MD in Forensic Medicine and Toxicology in 2005. Sir has 16 years of teaching experience and over 25 publications credited to his name. We welcome you, sir, onto the dais. And now we request both the chairpersons to lead the session forward, please.
Good morning, everyone. And now we start with the second session for today. And I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Chalapathi Rao, who will be, namaskar sir, who will be taking the next session. He is a renowned person in this field, and he is an honorary associate professor in the Australian National University in Canberra, and he will be presenting on global scenario of cause of death information system. Sir, we welcome you, and let's start. Over to you, Dr. Rao. Thank you.
Yes, at first I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference and share with you some of the opening remarks around the topic of causes of death, which can be used for multiple purposes. I'd just like to confirm whether my slides are visible on the screen.
Yes,
So
they are
could you
visible,
please-
sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as we have heard in the previous session, the medical records and information that is stored across the various clinical reporting systems is of much value for patient care and management of the whole healthcare system, whether it is from the financial or from the administrative or from the provision of drugs, management of hospital beds, etc. In this session, we will be talking largely about the uses of information from medical records for public health purposes and with a focus on information on causes of death. So as a preliminary remark, I would like to state the general uses that are made of information on causes of death for various purposes in medical sciences. Essentially, information on causes of death are used to study and explain time trends and spatial differentials in overall mortality in populations. This is seen in the case of epidemics or mortality from natural disasters, or to study the phenomena of epidemiological transitions from communicable to non-communicable diseases, etc. Information on causes of death are also used to guide priorities for resource allocation, for example, for intervention programs such as cancer screening, whether it is breast cancer or cervical cancer, etc. For resource allocation for biomedical research, As we know, we have the epidemics of diabetes and cardiovascular disease and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, etc. So information on the magnitude of mortality and differentials across different locations or age groups or sex are important to understand the priorities in different regions. And thirdly, we need this information also to guide priorities for sociological research, as in the case of suicides that is one example. So cause of death information has varied applications. It's also useful to monitor public health programs such as the immunization, the vaccine preventable diseases, or to examine the efficiency of disease control like tuberculosis control programs. And finally, causes of death are useful to provide clues for epidemiological research, where we examine the occurrence of clusters of diseases, which might give rise to common intervention pathways for disease control. So as we all know, the diagnoses that are documented in medical records are relevant for patient care and clinical research. But for those patients who do not survive, these diagnoses serve as important clues towards understanding the potential causes of death. Now, in all countries, there is a legal requirement to report deaths to the National Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Systems, along with a medical certificate of cause of death. In India, this system is operated by the Registrar General of India under the Registration of Births and Deaths Act in 1969. And all countries have similar laws to operate these kind of reporting procedures and systems. Despite this legal mandate, there are marked global variations in the completeness of death reporting, as well as in the proportion of medically certified deaths and in the quality of causes of death that are reported. So this map shows a general overview of the patterns in the completeness of death reporting and registration. So mind you, these are the reporting of the fact of death, irrespective of the cause, whether the death has actually been reported to under the legal mandate to the registration agency. So the darker purple areas indicate very high levels of completeness, whereas the blue and gray represent lower levels or no reporting. As we can see, there is high degree of reporting in the Americas and in Europe and in Australia or Japan, but there are deficiencies in the reporting largely in Africa and in Southeast Asia. As we can see in India, for example, the registration completeness of reporting of the fact of death is close to 80%, and we will discuss this in a little more detail later, but there are problems with the reporting of the cause of death. So another general point that we need to keep in mind is that the World Health Organization has prescribed a standard form to report the causes of death as part of death registration. And I anticipate that other speakers in this session would dwell more upon the actual anatomy of this medical certificate of cause of death in terms of what's to be written on the different lines and what are the parts of the certificate mean, etc. But essentially, this form is best filled in when it is based on information from a complete medical record for the deceased. A few general points about the global availability of causes of death and data quality. In general, the quality of cause of death attribution is influenced by the place of death as to whether it happened in a hospital or outside, depending on the availability and quality of the medical record with diagnostic information. It varies according to the qualifications and the training of physicians who have been tasked with the duty to medically certify the cause of death. And finally, the registration practices that are followed in a country as to how the medical certificate is submitted to the registration system and the mechanisms that are in place to enter and process and analyze these data, including the assignment of the relevant ICD codes for the causes of death. It has been observed that worldwide, About 55% of all deaths occur in hospitals in each country by average, with the rest of the deaths either occurring at home or in residential care institutions, at accident sites or other locations. It's also been noted that for some of the hospital deaths, the quality of diagnostic information in the medical record may be limited when there is a relatively short interval between the admission and the death. There is limited time to undertake any detailed clinical or laboratory or imaging investigations to provide substantive information as to the diagnosis. So taking all these into consideration, it has been observed that only about 40% of all countries in the world generate complete and reliable cause of death data on a timely basis, despite the well-known uses of cause of death data that I had spoken about a short while ago. A quick overview about the situation in India, although again, as I said, other speakers will be talking in more detail on this aspect. So the completeness of reporting of deaths is about 80%. The sample registration system, which is a parallel reporting system in India, estimates that about 48% of all deaths in India actually occur in hospitals at primary, secondary, or tertiary level. The lacuna in our system is that only 50% of hospitals actually submit the MCCD reports, and the rest do not. And these include, the reporting hospitals include some of the smaller ones. So as a result, the percentage of deaths with medically certified cause of death forms is only 22% of all registered deaths in India. The rest of the reported deaths are registered only with the cause as reported by the family, which is called a lay reported death. And these include those hospital deaths for which the MCCD had not been submitted. So therefore, improving the cause of death data quality in India will require all-round attention and efforts. So to conclude, the high-quality medical records with valid and reliable diagnosis will assist the quality of medical certification of cause of death for public health purposes. There is a need to improve coverage and completeness of MCCD reporting by hospitals at all levels and in many countries of the world. All over, the medical records departments have a vital role in improving data quality through medical record quality control and audit programs, as well as in ensuring MCCD reporting compliance. In addition, the cause of death reporting by families for home deaths can be improved by strengthening the completeness and accuracy of recording diagnosis on other medical documents that are commonly given to patients and relatives, either during terminal care or during outpatient visits. And these include discharge cards or medical prescriptions or laboratory or imaging reports. So if these documents have well-documented diagnosis of illness, and these documents are presented to the registration office at the time of death reporting, this could also improve the overall quality of information on causes of death. So I will stop here with these remarks on the general perspectives of the relationship between medical record information and causes of death data quality. If anybody has any questions, or else we can listen to what the rest of the speakers in the session have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for a wonderful presentation on the cause of death scenario, and also for the information that you have provided in your presentation that is useful for all of us. This information has helped us understand, in a nutshell, about this important aspect of medical records. And another thing that I like, one take-home message that I took from this is that the training of the stakeholders involved or the medical persons is also very important in the proper recording of the cause of death, like you showed the WHO form. So thank you, Dr. Rao. And any questions, if there are?
Dr. Rao, your presentation had been quite good. Only on one point I didn't agree. Ever since the death and birth information has become online, it is compulsory for every hospital, whether big or small or a nursing home. They have to comply, and it has to be now for last 3 years. I don't think there should be any complaint from municipal corporation sector that they are not receiving birth and death information in time. There is a mandatory requirement. Any birth which is taking place has to be notified within 72 hours. Any death taking place has to be notified online within 48 hours. So I think everyone is complying it, and I don't agree that only 50% reports are being sent and not. Secondly, the format which is shown of the WHO standard for giving the cause of death certificate. Now, the doctor who certifies the death has to write the cause of death, the morbidity and other things. I have seen, I'm not blaming the junior doctors, honestly speaking. They are not being trained in that how to write. They need to be trained properly. The doctor, because usually consultants are never there when patient expires. It is basically the junior doctors who are attending. They should be well trained in writing the proper diagnosis and the comorbidities and everything which involve the cause of death. So that is my only clarification.
Dr. Rao, do you want to respond to that? Please.
Yes, if I may quickly respond to the comments from one of the esteemed colleague. The statistics that I have presented in the slide are based on the annual reports that are published by the Registrar General of India, in which they provide these statistics. Now, I fully agree with what our colleague has said. It is likely that all hospitals are submitting reports to the relevant municipal corporations, and there may be some hitch in the timely compilation and processing and reporting of these data to the National Registrar General at the central level for them to, completely compile all the data and put it out in the report. But from our perspective, we look at the data that is available for analysis. And those data which are available for analysis are only those that are published in the report. I am of the opinion from information from other sources that this process of compiling and submitting and data to be published in the report has improved in the last 2-3 years. The report statistics which I have stated are for the year 2019. So it's likely that now it would be even better because the pandemic management had brought a lot of focus into the need for timeliness and compilation. On the second aspect, I think the WHO representatives and the ICMR representatives who are going to be speaking later will shed more light on the initiatives that are being taken to train doctors in improving the quality of medical certification. And from my past experience in clinical practice, I know that medical record quality in India is of a very high standard. I have seen records in several countries as well. And I think that there is a good platform already for data quality to be improved, both in terms of completeness as well as accuracy? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Second question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. It was a very enlightening presentation. I'm Urvashi, I'm from UNICEF. I'm going to be speaking a little bit later. But when you were showing that chart on the completeness of death registration data, it's really the reverse of the child mortality burden data, right? So what we are really seeing is where there is less burden, there's also better data. Really asking the chicken and egg question, what comes first? What do we invest in? I think in terms of, if you look at some of the literature on the high income countries, an improvement or a move towards electronic health records actually significantly correlates with reduction in mortality. Would you say that that would apply more globally as well? And that's something that we could really put in our theories of change when we plan our work towards reduction on child mortality? Over, thanks.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that trying to put in correlations between electronic health record availability and levels of mortality is going to be quite challenging in the Indian context, given the vastness of the country as well as diversity, of medical record management systems all over the country. Essentially, reporting of deaths and compilation of causes of death can actually work quite well even with a paper-based system. I know I'm talking something which might appear to be, very retro or regressive, but at the village level, death reporting and investigation usually happens, right down at the primary grassroots level, where the exact number, the frequency of events is relatively low. In villages or even at the district level, there is not that much of volume of load for which, the electronic processing would be essential to start with. So having a good paper-based recording system, which already exists, and strengthening that all over the country might itself improve the quality of data available. And this kind of primary data with basic analysis of even, perinatal mortality rates or neonatal mortality rates and causes of death can provide sufficient local level epidemiological data to guide intervention programs and monitor their impact. So I'm not sure if I answered your question completely, but this was just my perspective on this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. So now with this, we will move on to the next presentation. Dr. Ved Prakash Yadav. He is an MBBS and MD in community medicine, presently working as a National Professional Officer, Health Information, WHO Country Office for India, placed at New Delhi. And he has more than 15 years of public health experience with Government of India, the academia, insurance industry, and WHO. So Dr. Ved Prakash Yadav, I request you to please come and give your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, chairs on the dais, for such a wonderful introduction and having me here in this session. My previous speaker, Dr. Chalapathi Rao, is a global CRVS expert and one of the best, has already set the scene, giving a global perspective. And he did touch based upon some of the Indian context in terms of coverage and quality, and he responded beautifully for some of the questions that were asked from the floor.
So I'll be giving you India scenario in terms of coverage, quality, the existing systems. And this is a brief outline of my presentation. So I'll be discussing very briefly on the sources of cause of death information system and the methods of cause of death assignment that that exist in India. And I'll briefly touch upon the SDG targets that depends on good quality mortality information. Then I'll give a brief overview of MCCD and verbal autopsy. My previous speakers have already shown you the death certificate, WHO International, and my subsequent speakers will be discussing in detail, but I'll briefly touch upon. Then I'll be discussing the coverage of national and subnational level death registration and medical certification of causes of death. Then some few key take-home messages. So there exists in India different, information system where mortality information can be derived. Some are administrative and some are population based. So first, civil registration system. It has a legal backing and comes under the RBD Act of 1969. Health management information system and other administrative data where the primary input is the death that is certified by a medical practitioner and followed by coding as per the ICD rules and principles. So there are other systems like population-based survey, national family health survey, sample registration system, where information on death is collected from the sample of households. Like in NFHS, it's directly interviewing not on a structured questionnaire, that verbal autopsy that I'll be discussing, but getting an information, basic information regarding the death and some causes. And then sample registration system, it releases annual estimates on mortality, maternal mortality, infant mortality, but causes of death, it's really a limitation. They use the VA system to derive population-based cause of death mortality information system. So here we see, as I quoted, that without high quality cause of death information, the promise of UN Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030 cannot simply be fulfilled. All 193 member states have committed globally to achieve the SDG agenda, which comprises 17 goals. And health is a cross-cutting issues, and you can see different targets are from different SDG goals. But I have highlighted few targets in which a good quality cause-specific mortality is a basic input to monitor the SDG goals and will help Government of India to design the strategies, implement policy for achieving the 2000 development agenda. So I won't go into the details of that. Maybe my subsequent speakers may be covering this in detail. So there are two methods of cause of death assignment: medical certification by doctors. Those are for institutional deaths. Any event that happens in a hospital, it has to be certified, that Dr. Chalapathi said in his presentation, by WHO principles and guidelines of ICD. Then in India, not all death happens in a healthcare establishment. A significant proportion of deaths happens outside the hospitals, and for those deaths, assigning a cause is a challenge, because we have a mechanism that an institutional death can be certified on Form 4, for non-institutional deaths in Form 4A, but usually doesn't happen. For all those deaths that are non-certified, verbal autopsy is a mechanism where you can actually get population level mortality information. So medical certification, this form was shown by Chalapathi Rao, so I'll not be discussing how death has to be certified by the right pathophysiological sequence. But yes, for getting a good quality information system, we have a legal framework. We have an act, that is Registration of Birth and Death Act. And it clearly specifies that all deaths must be medically certified by the attending doctor under section 10.2, 10.3, 17.1, B23.3. So as I told, it has to be certified either on Form 4 and Form A. Then verbal autopsy systems. So verbal autopsy is a mechanism, based on a structured questionnaire. The kin of the deceased is interviewed, and based on that information, a cause of death is assigned to that event. So there are different methods which are available. Physician, a doctor can assign a cause of death on the verbal autopsy questionnaire, but there exists different computer algorithms, right, which also have the capability to assign a cause of death. Some are still under development, some are used in different countries. I can give you example like InterVA, SmartVA, and in silico, and those are designed by different institutions. So next, I will give you a brief overview how India's civil registration system has performed over years. So the upper blue line you see, this is the coverage of death registration in India from 2007 to 2019. The last report that is available publicly by Registrar General of India is for the year 2019. You can see the India death registration coverage has significantly improved from 2069 to 92%. So that's a big achievement for India, that the death registration has gone up to 90%, where we can generate good estimates for India for policy and informed decision. But the thing that really worries is medical certification of causes of death. You can see the bottom line that India's medical certification of death coverage has hovered around 20% for the last 1 decade. And this is where we need to focus upon, and this is where all the colleagues I see in this auditorium, you are health information professional and you have a lot to contribute. So this is on the left hand side, you can see the percentage of total registered deaths by all of the states. And on the other side, you see percentage of medically certified deaths by state. If you see, there are many states who have achieved death registration close to 100%. And many, it's relatively good. But there are few states where they need to focus upon even the death registration. You see Manipur, it's at 21%, Nagaland, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Daman, Diu. And on the right hand side, if I've shown the coverage of medically certified deaths, there are couple who have a very good coverage of medical certification of death, but most of the states, the situation is not so exciting. If it's Jammu and Kashmir, they haven't reported the medical certification of causes of death since last many years. And if you see the bottom, Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, the coverage of MCCD is, very low. So in this slide, I wanted to show, even if the states have 100% death registration coverage, but their medical certification coverage is still low. Kerala has one of the best health systems. They have a 100% death registration, but still, if you see the coverage of medical certification of causes of death is around 12%. So this is one area that we really need to build upon, right? We have to improve on MCCD. And institutions have a big role to play. And another point that I would like to mention, that to have a good quality mortality information, as I already said, that India is already committed to achieving the sustainable development agenda, and we need more data, by states and by districts. And even with SRS system, we don't have district level mortality estimates, even for the basic variables like infant mortality. My colleague Urvashi will be discussing more about infant maternal mortality. And even that we have by states. We do not know the causes of death. What are the leading causes by which the pregnant women and women are dying? What are the most frequent causes by which we see the infants dies? And mortality by CVD, with the India's transition shift more towards NCDs. And this is one information that everybody would be interested in. So these are the key, this is my last presentation, and these are the key take-home messages. Level of death registration, as I already told you, by the last report is 92%. It's excellent, it's very good. But there are few states that you can see on the screen where the coverage of death registration needs improvement. Medical certification, yes, it has been around 20% for the last many years. Goa is only one state where it has 100% death registration and 100% medical certification of causes of death. So maybe we can look into why Goa has such a good system where they have 100% coverage. So this is one state to actually learn. Then I said, Dr. Chalapathi said that, I don't remember the percentage, but 40 to 50% deaths happen in healthcare institution. And there's significant proportion which happens at outside the institution. So getting a state or a national picture of cause-specific mortality and leading causes of death, definitely we need to leverage even the verbal autopsy system, because even if we get 100% MCCD registration, then also we may not be able to generate a representative sample so that we can say with confidence that these are the 10 top leading causes by state or by district or by country. So we need to go for an hybrid approach, make use of both the system, MCCD and verbal autopsy. And then we can develop some innovative approaches to generate good quality death information for national and subnational level of SDG monitoring. So I stop here and thank you very much for your patient sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav, for a wonderful presentation. In fact, from your presentation, it's clear about the coverage has improved so much in the last few decades in India. And also about the lacunae, we came to know about the lacunae that are still there. It was very surprising to know that a state like Kerala had such a low percentage of medical certification of death. So now for the questions, if there are any.
This is Balparitos from UNICEF. Since morning, even in the previous one also by Dr. Chalapathi Rao, I found that the level of reporting is like good, but in states like Chhattisgarh, even it is lower, around 80%. But most surprisingly, the causes of death are not, mentioned, and that is because of the issues. One part is reporting issue, the other part is also about the systems that we have. So what it would be perhaps important to identify what are the causes of such a low level of certification, number one. And despite the fact that we have got the verbal autopsy system, it need not necessarily be medically, postmortem kind of finding of cause of death. So first is what are the causes? Perhaps it would be important to do an analysis of that, especially for places like Chhattisgarh. I know Mr. Tiwari from DES will talk about it. What are the challenges at especially in the inaccessible areas in Chhattisgarh? And the second is, of course, then how to correct it and improve it. It's something we need to think about, especially for states like Chhattisgarh. Thank you.
Shall I go ahead answering or we take another question? Okay, wonderful. My colleague from UNICEF has asked a brilliant question. And yesterday we had a session on it, how to improve medical certification of causes of death, right? And at different level of intervention, how we can. So it was focused more on training. It was given by professor and head from GLN Medical College, Dr. Verma. So he presented what are the different level of intervention in terms of training. So what I see, the basic input for any medical certification of causes of death is I mean, putting those conditions, right, starting from the underlying antecedent immediate cause in the right pathophysiological sequence, and the healthcare professional, the medical doctor should be aware how to assign a cause of death. So training is important, and Dr. Verma I mean, he had a detailed presentation at what levels we can intervene. Can we intervene right at the undergrad medical education level? Like we have a chapter on medical certification of causes in community medicine book, if I remember it exactly, ma'am. We have, yeah, and followed by ICD. I was just testing my academic skills. Okay, so we have one separate. So what intervention we can actually do at undergrad level, undergraduation level? So I mean, it was even proposed maybe in prof we can have one questions and could be in a pre-prof or a final prof, something like that. Then there were intervention, what we can do at internship level and post-graduation level. Like it's not about having the knowledge of correctly certifying the death. It's about developing those skills, practicing it over and over and over. And at residency level, like PG and senior residency in the BAO, right, having a cross-departmental audits like from PDR, from Optha, or from surgery, how we can do a cross-audit kind of EMORE, right? I'm sorry, NCDIR, right? They're developing a mortality audit framework. Well, I would rather more specifically call it death certification framework. And if we can introduce that, we can see significant improvement in cause of death. So you've heard about GIGO, garbage in and garbage out. When the inputs are not good, you cannot expect a good output. Of course, it can represent a statistical data, but we are not really sure about the quality of the data and which can actually be useful for policy and decision makers. I hope I answered your question.
I just wanted to supplement one point. Apart from the capacities, apart from the trainings, apart from the systems addressing it from supply side, there are also issues on the demand side, and in terms of awareness among the people, number one. Number two, also about the governance. So that also needs to be looked into, and the DS colleagues know better that when we're lagging behind on the birth registration and the certification of birth, far behind. And then, of course, there were many, steps were taken by the government. Of course, UNICEF and WHO also supported in that endeavor. And it went up to 100%. And certification also has improved quite significantly. So that governance part is something we need to also discuss, and that will be useful when we see the geographically disaggregated, prevalence of the reporting on the causes of death. You mentioned about it, the handicaps of non-availability of data at different levels, but at least from the state perspective, those estimations are being done, and we know by district and even blocks where the issues are there. So I think that will also be important to look into. But thank you.
Thank you. I think you asked a very good question, and we have an eminent speaker in our panel, Dr. Dinesh Tiwari. He's from the systems, so he knows it very well how complex our CR-based system. It has its own complexities, and it involves multiple stakeholders. If you see the structure in India, right, in 19 states or something, don't go on figures. I mean, The CRVS system is led by Department of Economics and Statistics. No, it is led by Department of Health in 19 states and union territories. Some 12 and 13, it is led by Department of Statistics and Planning, and 3 states or union territories, it is led by local administration. Right, we have all system, we have a legal framework, we have all the guidelines. It's the matter of bringing all the stakeholders together and working together. I mean, if you read the CRS report, you see there exists interdepartmental coordination committee, and the frequency is also decided when to meet, right? And all stakeholder. It's not about cause of death information. It's not statistics role. It's not health role. It's everybody's role. Even we need academia. Even we need research institution. Even we need Department of Statistics and institutions. So it's a multi-stakeholder engagement, and if we don't come it together, definitely, we'll be struggling with the same way. Medical institution may say, okay, we have reported to Department of Statistics or the registrar. Registrar office may say, okay, the input that we have received, from an institution, we just populate what is there. So, having a uniform hierarchy is also a challenge, kind of. Right, statistics may have a reporting hierarchy, health may have a different reporting hierarchy. The connect is a real need of an hour. Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Yadav.
Good morning. Now in this second session of MEDRECON 2022, I would like to invite the third speaker. The third speaker for this session is Ms. Urvashi Kaushik. Ms. Urvashi Kaushik will be speaking on the challenges in death registration among neonates, infants, and children. Now, in the previous 2 talks, we have heard that there is scope for improvement in death registration and allied things. So in this connect, definitely this talk is of interest for the audience, where Ms. Urvashi Kaushik, who has an impressive CV, will speak on the topic. Ms. Urvashi Kaushik is the Social Policy M&E Specialist, UNICEF India. She leads the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics program at UNICEF India. She is a social policy specialist with several years of experience, and she has worked at various sectors and is capable to handle this topic, and she will be presenting us with the topic of challenges in death registration among neonates, infants, and children. Over to Ms. Urvashi Kaushik.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Chair, for the very kind introduction. And thank you for the organizers for creating this space for UNICEF to come in and spotlight the issues of related to children in this very big area of medical information systems and the registration systems. Today, I'm going to be there might be some little bit of an overlap, but I wanted to start off with where are children and how we have prioritized child mortality and targeting it and really reducing it in the Sustainable Development Goals agenda, which aims to reduce neonatal mortality to 12 per 1,000 live births in every country by the end of 2030. Again, also aims to reduce under 5 mortality to below 25 per 1,000 live births in, again, every country. Of course, these goals are very connected to the maternal mortality reduction goals within the goal 3, but also on child nutrition in goal 2. Dr. Vaid from the WHO has already kind of laid out what kind of data that you would need to really go ahead and measure, because these are like multi-year, 15-year long goals. So you would want to have goalposts all along the way. So this is really why UNICEF would be interested in understanding where the civil registration and vital statistics and all of the other health records come into play. So we have set these very ambitious goals for ourselves. I wanted to take a moment and talk about how we are faring with respect to these targets. As you can see, from 1990 to 2020, there's almost a 61% reduction in child mortality globally, which is a massive, significant achievement for all of us who are working towards it. But despite that, in 2020, there were almost 5 million preventable child deaths that happened. At this point, 54 countries globally are at the risk of missing the target on the SDGs on the under 5 mortality. On the neonatal mortality, the rate of reduction is even slower, with almost 61 countries projected to miss the target if the current pace of reduction continues. All of these countries will have to almost more than double their rate of reduction to actually meet the SDG targets. Of course, there are global disparities. We see that almost 3/4 of the overall burden of child mortality is in South Asia, is in Africa and South Asia regions. Again, and of course, and also countries which are in fragile settings as well. So that's again something that might require dedicated action. India, of course, records the second highest number of under 5 deaths, just after Nigeria. So over 8 lakh deaths per year is something that we lose to preventable deaths. These estimates were put together by the interagency group for estimating child mortality. We have UNICEF on that, we have the WHO and the World Bank on it. And the estimates are for 2020, but they do not account for the impact of the pandemic, which might actually they do think that the fear that we might see rollbacks may be unfounded, but we still need to understand that better. And that's something that the interagency group also recommends that we do. What we need to do, I think there was a lot of conversations around what interventions will work and why should we work on this. And I was here yesterday in the conference and we heard a lot of different aspects of why should we focus on medical records. And of course, there are medical legal reasons. There are reasons that you might just need to do your clinical practice. But also, I think where we are coming from, we also think that every preventable child death is a teachable moment. When we don't learn from it, we lose the opportunity to also count, to respond to provide services for avoiding such a tragedy in the future. Dr. Wade has already spoken about the different data sources we have to understand this. The CRV is being a main one. It's also a legally mandated space to work on. I will not spend time on how many indicators, etc., under the SDG goals require you to mandatorily register and do a good job of understanding causes of death to measure SDGs. But I do want to say that just measuring, just 100% birth registration, 80% death registration are also in goal 16, 17 on and it's of itself are an important marker of achieving the SDGs. Looking at all of these imperatives, the interagency group for child mortality estimates actually called for, it was a call to action to invest into strengthening data systems to improve availability, to improve quality, robustness. We saw in the morning with Dr. Rao talking about completeness, which is a massive issue, accuracy, timeliness, to to monitor and then continually improve the child survival situation. Dr. Rao already spoke about it in the morning. Only 40 countries actually have high quality, nationally representative under 5 child mortality data for 2020. And this is really a tragedy. And I think I was noting in the morning that these are all high income countries. These are not the countries which are dealing with the high child mortality burden. So it's something that we really need to ramp up our efforts towards. I think death registration has massively improved, as Dr. Ved has already talked about. We are not able to see a clear trend on this within that bigger trend, how child death registrations are moving, which is something I think we should look at going forward in terms of the analytical work we do. Of course, causes of death is a massive challenge. I was looking at some data and for India, which said only about 11% of the causes of death certificates were actually complete according to the WHO formats, and that's a huge gap which needs to be addressed. In case of death registration for infants, what we also see, there is a disparity with a much higher registration rates in urban areas, but we know that the majority of deaths happen in rural areas. So there is a lack of equity here, which needs to be addressed. We also want to point out something around the variety of data sources that we have and the challenges in reconciling some of this data. So if you just match like HMIS and CRS data on stillbirths, those are absolutely polar opposites. They do not reconcile, and that's a big challenge. We do need a common, or at least an integrated, reconciled, triangulated source of truth about this. Only then we could begin to address some of these challenges. I wanted to take a little bit of time in terms of understanding what we could do. I think my colleague already sort of started asking those questions. We understand that causes of death coverage is poor, quality is lacking, even lacking the other processes. Of course, there is a whole flow that you could really follow with hospital-based, facility-based records, but also community-based autopsies, etc., which have a huge role, maternal death audits, etc., will have a huge role in improving the situation on the ground. I want to take some 3 or 4 major things that we could do. One is to really universalize CRDS, because that's really your population level data, and you can really get all of the denominators that you really need to make a dent there. Of course, we should use the formal health systems, but there is a big move also to now leverage the community-based resources we have in terms of the field level functionaries. Of course, they're also part of formal health systems, but also local panchayats, community leaders, and really pulling that disaggregated data, as Dr. Rao was talking about in the morning. That's not a complicated process, and it should be owned by the community as well. We could leverage technology. We talked about the electronic health records yesterday when the director was speaking, and that's something that we know that already there's a lot of movement towards digitalization, which is great. We should look at incentivizing registration. From our larger work on social protection in UNICEF and on child grants, we know that cash incentives to either compensate for wage loss or just incentivizing community members, field level functionaries to report a death, which is not an easy task. Cash transfers actually do seem to work, at least for birth registration. And so we do want to see if there are any other different types of approaches that we could use, which might support as well. We see that there is a gap in access to registration services for women-headed households, for parents with less education, for people coming from disadvantaged communities, from refugees or migrant workers. That's something that we should make specific measures for. And the Registration for Birth and Death Act, which is right now in the public domain for review, there's an amendment that is coming up, and we are really trying to see if there could be some specific measures that we could put in the act itself, which facilitates access for these groups. One key thing that I wanted to, I think, maybe reiterate, I started with that, was to, when we look at trainings for whether it's paramedical cadres or undergraduate or postgraduate medical cadres, we do need to focus on changing the mindset. I think what we are very much focused on a tedious task of recording, right? If we look at that, behind every number, there is a child, there is a person, there's a woman, there's an older person. I think we would drive that energy into that system. And I think that's an important piece, to not lose that opportunity to learn from. And I was very pleased to yesterday know that the death review committees in Aiims are so active, and I understand that there are great learning opportunities as well for everybody. On capacity building, I think we also need to invest there. I don't want to talk about the financial investments that are required, but I think in terms of technically just really bringing that focus into that area would be very, very important. Simplifying procedures and enabling registrations in a more efficient manner so that you cost less to the community. I think that's another piece that we could focus on. We want to look at and analyzing a lot of the vital statistics, which I think is underutilized treasure trove of data, which doesn't usually happen. And we do need to look at disaggregation by age, by gender, by social categories which are disadvantaged, to bridge the gap that we are seeing right now. Electronic health records we talked about, but one final point, and I will illustrate it how it can happen, is to work on interoperability of the different health systems, whether it's HMIS, RCH, looking at CRVS data, but also Aadhaar, which could again then compositely give you a fuller picture. Just wanted to illustrate this with something that we are already trying to do in one of the states where we work. This is work led by the UNICEF Uttar Pradesh office. Yes.
Please wind up the
Oh,
session.
absolutely.
I'm sorry to
This is my
interrupt
final
you.
slide.
Yes, ma'am.
This is
Thank
my
you so
final
much.
slide. This is what I was afraid of. I did not want to be told to mind my time. So this is something that we're already trying to do, pulling in private public health facilities and linking Aadhaar with birth registration, and something that we're seeing great results from, with almost 11,000 newborns already registered through this portal and almost 130 facilities already on board. It's something that the UP government is really trying to push forward. We know that there is a national level push also from the UIDAI to link that up. So these are things that we think might be quite useful in strengthening our measurement of child survival. I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. That was Miss Urvashi Kaushik. She is from UNICEF India, and thank you so much for that lucid presentation on challenges in death registration among neonates, infants, and children. Thank you very much again. If there are any questions, because of the paucity of time, I would request the participants to put the questions in the chat box, or to keep them to the end of the conference, where if the time permits, the organizers may permit you. We move on to the next speaker. The next speaker for the day is Mr. Dinesh Tiwari. Mr. Dinesh Tiwari is the District Registrar of Births and Deaths and District Planning and Statistics Officer. Mr. Dinesh Tiwari is here to speak on data quality and reporting of MCCD. Over to Mr. Dinesh Tiwari for his talk.
Good morning, all of you. Myself, Dinesh Kumar Tiwari, Deputy Director, Directorate of Economics and Statistics. Our office is also known as Office of Chief Registrar, Birth and Death. Chief Registrar is the executive officer for unifying, coordinating the registration of birth and death in the state. Today, I will discuss about medical certification of cause of death status in Chhattisgarh. As already discussed, you know that MCCD was introduced in 1969 by Registrar General of India. In Chhattisgarh, the state government has made it mandatory for all hospitals and medical practitioners to issue cause of death certificate in each death in hospitals. MCCD is useful for evidence-based decision making because it is a part of medical record of an individual. These data are required for decision making by administrators, policymakers, researchers, and other professionals. Here we will discuss about the process of collection of data. First of all, Form 4 or Form 4A filled up physically by the medical practitioners or doctors. Form 4 for hospital deaths and 4A for non-institutional deaths. These forms are then sent to the registrars of births and deaths. Then again it is sent to the district registrar of birth and death for data entry. Again, after data entry, for state level compilation, this data sent to Chief Registrar of Birth and Death, that is to our office. From 2020 report, we have some findings that only 22.2% of total deaths we have MCCD reports. The doctors or medical practitioners have provided us only 22.2% MCCD for all deaths. But in same time, we see that 40% cases are of institutional deaths. Means there is a gap of almost 18% in institutional cases and 60% are non-institutional cases. So we have to work here. And another thing is that only 412 hospitals have reported MCCD in Chhattisgarh. Reasons, we see that what are the reasons for low reporting? First is negligence in reporting of non-institutional deaths. Form 4A. Gaps in reporting of post-mortem and broad death cases. These cases generally do not reported to us. MCC did not reported to us. Insufficient reporting by private hospitals. Last month, we have a training on MCCD in Raipur district, where we find that some private hospitals reported only 4% of MCCD of total deaths. Here it is comparison between India and Chhattisgarh, MCCD coverage year-wise from 2016 to 2019. You can see that Chhattisgarh average is lower than national average up to 2018. But in 2019, we have made some progress, some improvements. And in 2020, it is 22.2%. In 2021, we are expecting around 24%. We have another challenge. The forms we get from medical practitioners and doctors have many incorrect entries. For example, diseases they write do not conform to the ICD coding. That's why there is a problem of coding. Eligible handwriting. Our data entry operator or coders cannot decide whether to group this disease, some disease in which group. Gender and age not mentioned, cause of death not mentioned, and immediate cause, antecedent cause not mentioned. In 2020, we have published our report, Chhattisgarh, where we can see leading cause groups of deaths. First three are disease of circulatory system. 29.8% of total MCCD reporting is of diseases of circulatory system. 8.2 are diseases of respiratory system, and 7.9% are certain conditions originating in the perinatal period. If we see it age-wise, we can see 55 to 64 years of age have maximum reporting. It is 16.1% of total MCCD reporting. And in this age group, diseases of circulatory system is 35.2%. Again, in 45 to 54 years, diseases of circulatory system is maximum share 36%, and overall share of this age group is 14.5%. Infant deaths where MCCD reported is 13.9%. Here the maximum share of leading cause group was certain conditions originating in the perinatal period. If we go gender wise, 63.6% of medically certified deaths are of male deaths and 36.4 are female deaths. Sex ratio 572. And I think we can get suggestions and help from you to improve the data quality and MCCD reporting. That's it. Thank you. Any question?
There's a question from the audience. Please be precise for the speaker, sir.
Since we work together, so I know you are taking a number of steps, and the suggestions part that you had mentioned, that's too brief and more, analytical, causes of why the causes of deaths are not being reported. We can work together, that we already have discussed, but that's something which needs to get a little more focus and some governance, like there will be more need for push from the senior, the administration. There needs to be a political will as well, which we will work together. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we are working over that. And the improvement we have seen in last few years was the result of our administrative approach. And currently, we are going to collaborate with Aiims in training and district level.
That was the talk on data quality and reporting of MCCD by Mr. Dinesh
Hello.
Tiwari District Registrar of Births and Deaths and District Planning and Statistics Officer from Chhattisgarh. Thank you, sir. Now we have the next speaker for this session. The next speaker is Dr. Sukanya R. And her topic is best practices for strengthening cause of death information. While she comes to the dais to speak on the topic, let me introduce Dr. Sukanya R. Dr. Sukanya R is the scientist E, ICMR, NCDIR. She works in the area of setting up of registries and conducting studies in non-communicable diseases and risk factors in the country. She is a qualified person and experienced person to speak on this topic of best practices for strengthening cause of death information. Over to Dr. Sukanya R.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. I would like to start with a quote. Somewhere down in the 80s, when there was this concern about counting the dead, there was a quote saying a nation's status is well known by the process or the completeness how the nation counted its dead. And we had our Deputy Director, Mr. Dinesh Tiwari, explain that to us, the challenges of the state improving its procedures to count the dead. And when you start that process, the next level comes in as to how promptly you count the dead. And then the next level of how properly you count the dead. And that's where today we are discussing the challenges, the issues, some solutions of how promptly we have been counting. Dr. Ved showed you the slide of 100% death registration, but still states with a very low percentage of cause of death information. And you also had Mr. Tiwari explaining to you that in 2002, they had this circular saying all hospitals should report death. But still, he also showed you that an MCCD of percentage coverage of only 20% among all those institutions who are registering the death. So there is an insurmountable task for all of us assembled here who are listening to these various talks and taking these key home messages, that each one of us have to be the champion and how we can improve not only death registration, but also look at cause of death assignment. And this conference is that wonderful platform where you have two groups of important people, the doctors who actually give this cause of death assignment, and the medical record officers, the technicians who are the foundation for how properly you record any piece of health information or medical information. With this introductory focus, let me explain to you, the various questions that have come up from the audience and also alluded to by my colleagues here. Now, this is the pie chart shows you the report of the 2019 MCCD report, and the yellow, big chunk there is about 30% of circulatory diseases. And you have the other causes of death which have been shown here. And we all know that this diseases of the circulatory system is a leading cause because most medical certificates have cardiorespiratory arrest, which is a mode of dying, being written down as the cause of death, and that which is coded. You also see here, I'm sorry for this slide, the category is not visible, but let me tell you the colors. The green color, which is about 13%, is about a group called symptoms, signs, and abnormal findings. So we still have a lot more of reports where we don't know what to write. Still, the doctors write symptoms and signs. Therefore, our problem is just not in what we write, but it also in completeness and the quality of the cause of death information. And in India, it's just 10%. The coverage is around 20%, but if you look at all of that, if you look at completeness and the quality of information, it is still 10%, a very dismal 10%, and we need to improve it. This could be because of reporting. We know those figures. And the synthesis of this MCCD and linking it up with the civil registration system Dr. Ved mentioned that in different states, there's a different architecture. So we need to patch up this architecture and fill the gaps of how when death occurs at home or in the hospital, that death is reported, the cause of death is reported, and the information comes up to the CRS system. There are challenges in MCCD recording, and this stays with the medical fraternity, that we record mode of dying, and we do not give the sequence of events and specify what exactly is the underlying cause of death. And this is related to our medical inadequacy in training, in supervision, and in the feedback. We don't have systems in place. Again, this next two slides just to help you understand these complexities, that when a death happens and it is confirmed by a doctor or either at home or in hospital, there is a first death notification that needs to be done by the doctor that will help the family to go to the funeral place. And in cases of natural deaths, they can also give you a certificate, which is Form 4, if it happens in the hospitals, and a Form 4A, which happens in other places, homes, accident sites, or let's say, sorry, not accidents, but institutions, orphanages, old age homes, and so on. And this Form 4, along with death report Form 2, is what is submitted to the registrar. And all hospitals are the informants. So they need to inform all deaths that occur in the institution. And there is a gap there, which was very nicely pointed out by Mr. Tiwari, where he said 40% of all hospitals are registering the death, but only I get 20% deaths which have a medical cause of death. So there is work that needs to be done at that level. And the second level is when you have this whole gamut of medical legal cases, where you have a police investigation, autopsy, and other investigations. And that also ultimately needs to come back to the MCCD system. So there is a huge gap there. The next level is that what then happens after it comes to the registrar. The various departments responsible for it take in the information. They need to do a lot of processes for validation, coding, resolve the queries, put it together, and then submit it at the state level and at the national level. It's only then when you get the report. So there's a lot of work to be done. And to answer one of our senior colleagues' question earlier is that death registration is improving. You have an online system. You have a CRS online system, which is being kind of implemented in every state. So what is the problem? The point is, we are in the process of only counting the death. We are improving that process through this online CRS system portals across all states, all over India. But even in those CRS portals, though it is an electronic format, cause of death is not recorded. And that's the sad state. You have, I can talk about experiences from various states where even if it's an online electronic system, the cause of death component or that field will be made blank because the system is more concerned presently to improve the numbers and not the cause of death. Now, with these last 2 years, there's been a tremendous improvement in how every state is looking at this process. And that's why we are here to talk about how we can contribute to improving MCCD. So we need a system strengthening. We need capacity building. And I will talk to you today on point C and D of how do you streamline institutional death reporting system and build a hospital mortality audit with a proper ICD coding classification. All of us, many of you may be familiar with this Form 4, and it has got an important section of where you collect the demographic information of the deceased and a cause of death component. And what is cause of death? It is defined, all health conditions, diseases, abnormalities, injuries, which either resulted or contributed to the death, and also the circumstances of the accident, violence, injury. So who certifies? A doctor based on the individual assessment with available medical history, symptoms, diagnostic tests, the clinical treatment and medical records. So if the second level of information is not available to the doctor, it's very difficult to make that individual assessment. And again, depending on the training of the medical doctor and the experience, and the time the doctor spends with the patient before death, all of this influence this medical assessment and the cause of death judgment. We don't have post-mortem as a regular feature for all deaths, but we definitely have it for medical legal cases. So this component of cause of death, which is the part 1 and the part 2, which are very crucial, where we have 3 lines and we start with the immediate cause is the event that occurred just before death. And then we find out what led to these immediate events. And here I have given you an example where a person with uncontrolled hypertension for a long time developed intracerebral hemorrhagic stroke and developed a complication called aspiration pneumonia. And that was the immediate event that led to death. Here, our interest is the underlying cause of death, which was uncontrolled hypertension, which may have been detected at the time of admission, or the person may have been admitted for stroke. So in this place, a doctor could write the underlying cause of death as either stroke, because that's the obvious clinical manifestation, the diagnosis is there, and write the immediate cause, aspiration pneumonia. Or the doctor could have also found out the reason for the intracerebral stroke being uncontrolled hypertension and also give that as an underlying cause of death. So here there is no fallacy. So either of these causes are captured as underlying cause of death is good enough for medical statistics to understand that cause of mortality, no burden for us. The next part is your part 2, which is other significant conditions, which may have not directly caused the death, but have maybe been long-standing. So this is a person who could have been a chronic smoker, and that information needs to come in. Or the person could have been with diabetes for a very long time, and that information is what is written in part 2. So here is where most of us as medical doctors, we kind of mix up and we do not know what to write. And this also comes or is based on the point that when we look at a clinical diagnosis, the algorithms we do are very different from how do you write this cause of death sequence. So the message here I would like to tell all of you is that try to write at least one cause of death in each of these lines. Try to see if there is a biological sequence you can attribute to this sequence of death along with a plausible time interval, which means the line C is the longest event. The time duration of this event to death is the longest, and the immediate event is the shortest duration before it causes death. So this picture of your form 4 shows many red circles, and these are all clerical errors, starting from the name of the hospital, the name of the disease, sex, age, interval, manner, the signature. So this is what we call clerical errors. And many a time we use abbreviations, we miss writing some of this information, we have incomplete data. And this can be managed by the medical records department, right from the nurse who receives the deceased case sheet to be submitted to the medical record. From there, the review could start to say, is there any missing information? Is it legible? Is it incomplete? And that completeness could improve there, right at the ward, right at the bedside. Of course, there is no onus on the doctors also to write properly, but then the role can also be supported by the nurses and by the medical record review clerks. The next component is the certification errors. And this requires a lot of training, as I had explained, to avoid unacceptable errors, which could be ill-defined, writing just mode of dying, or you can write unlikely causes. If it's a female patient, to write a cause of death that is very specific to males, or ambiguous terms, just writing in neoplasm, fever, and writing modes of dying, writing multiple causes in one line, not writing the proper sequence or the time interval. So the message is avoid mode of dying, and there are 20 of them. Commonly, there are 8, which is in the first column. I leave the doctors to read it up, but if this is written, flag it off.
Please wind up your session, madam.
Sure.
Please continue, but please wind up.
Thank you. So these are various. This is the first message: avoid ambiguity, avoid symptom signs, avoid too many terms. So this is where I wanted to bring in you about EMOR software, where we try to standardize all of these bits of information, both clerical and the death information. We prompt that the doctors do not record mode of dying, that they record the sequence, and they provide ICD-10 with the proper codes. And this helps you to not only get the data into your mortality register, but also helps you to do a lot of quality checks, missing data, consistency checks, allows you to develop statistical tables for the hospital so that you can analyze this information for mortality audit and have a good research database on patient survival, studies on health outcomes and health planning. So this EMOR software, which my institute, the National Center for Disease Informatics and Research, we've been working with several hospitals across India, and I'm very glad that Aiims Raipur is also on board with us. Dr. Swapnil will explain more about this to you, and I'll be happy to take questions maybe at the end of this session, panel discussion, and also later on. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. That was Dr. Sukanya R, Scientist E, who spoke very well on the best practices for strengthening cause of death information. So with that talk, I think we come to the last speaker of this session. As the previous speaker has rightly pointed out, that there is a gap in the system where medical legal cases are not coming into the MCCD system. And for this, we need to improve on our systems wherein even all the causes of death, whether it may be natural deaths or the medical legal cases, every death may be brought into this system to get a correct picture of the entire scenario. Now, to talk about this, there is an apt speaker amongst us, Dr. Swapnil Akhade. He is the registrar of births and deaths at Aiims Raipur, and he is also a faculty member in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. I welcome you, sir. While he takes the stage, let me introduce you to him further. Dr. Swapnil Akhade is a faculty member in Aiims Raipur, working in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, and he is dealing with the registration of births and death at Aiims Raipur. He is the Death Review Committee of COVID-19 Unit Committee in charge. He is also an ex-faculty from reputed medical colleges. He has various publications to his credit apart from his research and teaching experiences. He will be enlightening us on the topic of how to record cause of death, and he will be sharing his experience on strengthening of MCCD at Aiims Raipur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a brief introduction. First of all, good morning, all respected delegates or national international speakers from various stakeholders of health information system. So I'm Dr. Swapnil Akhade. I will be speaking about strengthening of MCCD at Aiims Raipur, being a registrar for birth and death for Aiims Raipur. So why this death certificate or MCCD is important? So till this session, we are well aware about the global scenario of mortality statistics registration, reporting, as told by Chalapathi sir, then followed by sustainable developmental goals, as mentioned by Ved Prakash sir, challenges faced in mortality statistics, which has been told by Urvashi madam, and finally, the new development in EMOR used in framing various mortality statistics. So I will be dealing with the fundamental unit where how to record death has been done at Aiims Raipur and what kind of capacity building we done so far at Aiims Raipur for a better reporting. So why this DC or medical certification of cause of death is important? First of all, for the deceased family members. It is very important for hospital reimbursement, life insurance claims, for getting a succession certificate, for releasing their gratuity and provident fund claims, and deleting their names from ration cards and other government agencies forms. For society and nation, it is important to know the health trends in the population, effectiveness of the public health programs, feedback for future policy making, better health planning, and deciding the priorities of health and medical research programs. To summarize, from health information system, it is important to give data for mortality statistics, for surveillance of specific diseases, for evaluation of programs, and it is a key indicator of serious outbreak. And for medical legal point of view, it is a permanent legal record of death. So once a death occurs in hospital, the routine protocol which is followed in our institute as follows. After declaration of death, if it is natural, form 2, that is death report form, and form 4, that is death registration form, is filled by the treating physician. And finally, it comes to the registrar birth and death very next day. And if the death is unnatural, then inquest is conducted after registering an MLC case and autopsy is done. In such cases, either form 4 is kept incomplete or it has not been filled so far. But it is completed after postmortem examination, or if the case is pending, we get such information from police. Because after discussion with district collector, we have framed new guidelines since 2020. In all the cases where police inquest has been conducted, it has been made compulsory to the police department that they report all the such medical legal cases where death has happened at the end of month to the respective registrar. So we are getting that information from the police department directly after 2020. Now, since inception in 2016, the registrar office comes into place. Dr. Shrimanta Kumar Dash was the first registrar for Aiims Raipur. Right now, he is professor and head of department for Aiims Mangalagiri. So moment he got selected over there, he handed the baton to me, because being in the same department, he was aware about the death audit system. So he asked me to being the registrar. I accepted. And then at that duration brief period of 1 month, we try to sort out what are the basic problems we are facing. So we go to the hard copy records and found that there are very brief clerical errors as told by Sukanya ma'am. So the clerical errors were like age was not mentioned, gender was not mentioned, because these are the things which are mostly overlooked by the junior doctors, because they are the one who are filling the death report forms in the MCCD form. After the complete treatment has been done by treating consultant or a senior resident doctors. So this might be overlooked by them because they are not aware about the importance of those certificates. Second is the ineligible handwriting. Sequence of event is not proper in most of the cases if they are filled by them, and time and onset is not mentioned. So these are the common errors which we have seen. So on the basis of that, we conducted a costly experimental quality improvement study in 2019. And we conducted a 45-minute sensitization training for those people. And after that, we published the same article in Journal of Education and Health Promotion, a PubMed Index journal, a very reputed journal. And to our surprise, the results were like this. It showed substantial improvement in reduction in technical errors from 28% to 14%, while the medical error slashed down from 42% to 16%. So logical sequencing comes just after an intervention of 45 minutes of brief training. Then we come out with few recommendations and conclusion is 2019 that such kind of sensitization and interactive education training should be carried out consistently on regular intervals to minimize the error in MCCD, and which we are doing till date in Aiims Raipur. We signed an MOU with ICMR, NCDIR for implementation of EMOR software to strengthen the MCCD and regular data transmission. Chief PI is Dr. Prashant Mathur sir, Director NCDIR, and for our institute, it's our Honorable Director and CEO Aiims Raipur, Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir. And co-investigators are myself, Dr. Abhiruchi from Community Medicine Department Professor, and Dr. Nitin Borkar, our ex-medical superintendent. So we are looking after this data for EMOR certification. So it is such a good software. On the left panel, you can see that there is an quality check reports, procedure manual, and export data. So once the data is filled in this software, in one go, you can get a whole statistics of your hospital, in which department, how many mortalities there, what is the sequencing of those events, how many males, females are there. So that EMOR software was very helpful, but it's quite laborious to fill that software. It is quite exhaustive. So after 2020, we hit with COVID-19. In 19 March 2020, first case of COVID-19 was detected. And Aiims Raipur initiated with all the screening, indoor and outdoor facilities for COVID unit for this state of Chhattisgarh. And we are catering till date. As you can see from the paper cutting, the first case was admitted in our hospital, but at the same time, eventually at the end of 2020, the workload improved a lot, increased a lot. We have a massive patient care load. At the same time, the mortality also increases. We used to get a patient in very serious condition referred from all the different remote areas of Chhattisgarh. So here management of dead bodies, their record keeping, mortality statistics also a big problem for us. So at that time, the nodal officer comes out with the COVID-19 orientation program for all the faculties, resident doctors, and interns who are going to be posted in COVID unit. So during that COVID-19 orientation program, along with management of COVID patient, donning and doffing, biomedical waste management, a key indicator like record of cause of death and documentation of medical record was also given a priority. So this was also a kind of sensitization which we need to carry out every 15 days for the new batch who is posted over there. Because we have many floating population of non-academic JRs in trauma and emergency. They are coming after 1 month to our institute. And even postgraduate resident get admissions every 6 months. So we are carrying it out on a regular basis. Then we frame a death review committee. A quality assurance committee was framed in our institute who will be looking after how many preventable deaths are there, what was the quality of data that is generated from those medical legal records or legal records of COVID deaths. So these training consist of how to record and report deaths in hospital, what is international classification of diseases, what is cause of death, various deaths we are coming across in our COVID unit, and what are their common errors and rectification. Aim was to make reliable and timely data for cause of death, for generating mortality statistics, and to minimize the error, and to frame an effective mortality system. So at the beginning of each training session, I asked him to download this ICD-10 app, because eventually in the period of these 3 to 4 years, during this IT era, all apps are there. So ICD-10 app, you get all the 21 chapters with number of diseases. So we asked the respective department to go through the various chapters and just look into, for example, pediatric, we asked them to go to the respiratory department or newborn section, go, what are the causes mentioned over there. We used to make them about various forms, that is form 2, form 4, form 2, which gives us the demographic detail of patient's record. Form 3 in cases of stillbirths. This is form 4. The much emphasis in training was given on a part A, B, C section of this form 4. They were being trained that you should need to mention all the data in bold, legible handwriting, and please try to avoid the terms that are modes of death like circulatory failure, respiratory failure, cardiorespiratory failure. Because unless and until these things are going to be there, death is not going to occur. So eventually we are writing death, cause of death is equal to death. That is cardiorespiratory failure. You can compare that is equal to death. So this garbage in, garbage going out kind of a category was there initially in 2018, but after sensitization training, they have been removed a lot. So as cause of death, ma'am has already told you, these are the morbid condition or disease, abnormalities of injuries, we are contributing to death, and which needs to be mentioned properly in form 4. So in COVID, special sections has been added. A U section is there for every such pandemic situation or diseases of uncertain origin which are added. So U 7.1 was given for confirmed COVID death, and U 7.2 for clinical diagnosed case where reports has to be a negative. So what is this cause of death? Part C is underlying cause of death, which is very important and which is embedded into the mortality statistics. So our CRS portal system is accepting this cause for preparing mortality statistics. So underlying cause is any injury or event that triggered or initiated a chain of morbid events that eventually lead to death of a person, followed by antecedent cause, and finally the terminal event that needs to be mentioned in the immediate cause. So this is the sequence of event which needs to be mentioned from bottom to up manner. In each line, we need to mention a single cause of death. I'm just giving a brief overview of the orientation which we need to carry out. We give them briefing about what were the immediate causes that has been reported so far in literature in COVID-19, what are the comorbid conditions in COVID-19, and in our institution, we found out that diabetes mellitus was the most common comorbid condition which is seen in COVID deaths. So finally, we also tell them that COVID-19 needs to be mentioned in a respective different segregated manner from other comorbid conditions. For example, person is already suffering from terminal events such as cancer or any terminal events, and that COVID-19 comes out to be incidental finding. Then it's a physician discretion how to differentiate that cause of death. So he needs to be sure about all the things while mentioning cause of death in Form 4. He cannot charge any fees for the same. He cannot write it in advance. This happens in few institutes where handover is given or locum is given to the other person, and later on legal trouble arises. Because what you are doing is you are legally declaring a person death, and next day if he survives, he needs to go door to door to prove that he is not dead, he is alive. The same case has happened in some other institute in state of Chhattisgarh. So these were the few cases we go across. I have prepared some 10 sets of questions. I will just brief it out the 2 sets of questions. So these are how sequences form in confirmed 19 deaths, where cause was pneumonia, which is complicated by finally ARDS. Similarly, another case of myocardial infarction, where COVID-19 was an incidental finding. The consultant at Aiims Raipur has given this cause of death. So this is then discretion of the physician how to write cause of death. He should be very sure about the condition of the patient. Another case of myocarditis, which has been reported in our institute, where it was complicated by confirmed COVID-19. The patient had fever since 7 days and finally landed into acute myocarditis. And while dealing with the medical legal cases or broad death cases, they are strictly been told, please give a call to clinical forensic unit because they will take care of that. And you need not to mention any cause of death in such condition, which we get after doing autopsy. So there are the few common errors, as you can see, sudden cardiac arrest. As Sir aptly said, that circulatory failure has been reported in most of the cases and 29% just because of this acute cardiac arrest. So we train them to try to avoid them as far as possible. Yes, sir. The last slide, sir. So I asked them to go through the IC written app. If respiratory failure, you would think it is a cause of death, go to the newborn section and mention it. This was the final reported, which has been submitted by Registrar Office to Aiims Director. These give you the whole information, how we work so hard for previous 2 years to improve the cause of death certification. We created regular induction training, sensitization training. If any disparities arises, we try to clarify it from the treating physician. And we have also issued various death certificate through or via email after confirming the deceased kin. Because during strict lockdown, the patient relatives were not have any kind of transportation mode or collect those certificates because compensation claims were there. So we have also issued them the death certificate via email as per the registration of birth and death guidelines. So we have get the circular from the state as well as the Chief Registrar General of India. So yes, this is our team for Registrar Office. I would especially like to mention Ms. Prema, who is MRO and who is doing data entry for orthomortality statistics, Mr. Ravi, who is supervising it, Mr. Shubham, who is administrative assistant, Ms. Chandni, who is collecting data from all the departments. So this is the one who is looking after the statistical errors. She clarified the statistical area in the particular department only because they are all being trained about ICT and what are the common errors they are going up now. Ms. Sarojini is looking for all the data entry in eMore software. So this is my team who is working very hard. And this is the kind of capacity building we have created in our institute for improving and mortality statistics. So that was all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Swapnil, for that lucid presentation on how to record cause of death and for sharing your experiences in strengthening of MCCD at Aiims Raipur. Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to the end of this session. I thank all the speakers who are there on the dais and who are not there here on the dais, but they are there online. With this, I also would like to thank Mr. Kaleshwara for giving us an opportunity to present our views here and for for us to come here and share the experiences. I think I should hand over this dais back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We extend our gratitude to the chairpersons and speakers for the wonderful conduct of this session. Now I request Dr. Deepak D'Souza, Additional Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Aiims Raipur, to felicitate our respected speakers. Starting with, I request Dr. Ved Prakash Yadav, National Professional Officer, Health Information, World Health Organization, Country Office for India, to kindly come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Sir, please.
Now I request Mr. Gaurav, WHO representative, to kindly receive the memento on behalf of Dr. Chalapathi Rao, research academic at the Australian National University with specialization in gastroenterology and herpetology. Sir, please.
Up next, I request Mr. Dinesh Tiwari, District Registrar and Birth Date District Planning and Statistics Officer, to come forward and receive the small token of appreciation. Sir, please. The Deputy Director, next up, I invite Dr. Swapnil Akhade, Assistant Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Aiims Raipur, to receive his memento. Sir, please.
Up next, I request Ms. Urvashi Kaushik, Social Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist, UNICEF India, to kindly receive her token of appreciation. Please, ma'am.
Now I invite Dr. Sukanya R, scientist and the coordinator of National Stroke Registry Program, to come forward and receive her memento. Ma'am, please. Now, may I take the opportunity to invite onto the dais Dr. Ms. Dheeraj B. Sekawat, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, B.K. Birla College, Kalyani. Ma'am is an author of 2 books and many other publications to her name. I request her to come upon dais and felicitate our respected chairperson. Dr. Deepak D. D'Souza, Additional Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Aiims Raipur. I also request her to please receive the memento. I once again thank and congratulate all the esteemed chairpersons and speakers for this wonderful conduct of the plenary session. Thank you very much.
It has been proven that recognition of one's efforts is more highly valued than money. It's my pleasure to call upon the researchers from different disciplines who have submitted their valuable research to add to the knowledge domain. I invite Professor Dr. G.D. Mowgli, CEO and MD of Mowgli's Management Education and Research Center for Health Excellence, and the father of medical records of India and the Middle East, to come over the stage to appreciate our young scholars. Please, sir. I invite Mrs. J. Jerekha, Assistant Professor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur. Ma'am have done the research project on the title Retrospective Analysis of Suicide Reported in Printed Media. I request sir to hand over the memento. I invite Mr. P.D. Deepak, Nursing Tutor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to come over the stage to receive the memento. Sir have done the study on retrospective study on epidemiological characteristics of death with COVID-19. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Anup Kaushik, Manager, Medical Record and License, Indian Spine Injury Center, Delhi, to come over the stage for the distribution of memento. Please, sir. I request Dr. Sumaya Nasreen, Postgraduate in Hospital Administration, Kamineri Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad, to come over the stage to receive the memento. She have done her study on data analytics. Please, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Narendra Sahu, Medical Record Officer, National Cancer Institute, Nagpur, to come over the stage to appreciate our scholars. I invite Dr. Aparanji Malela, Postgraduate in Hospital Administration, Kamineri Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad, to come over the stage to receive the memento. She have done her study on clinical audit using star scoring in a tertiary care teaching hospital. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Shekhar Dogra, Medical Record Officer, Indraprada Apollo Hospital, Delhi, to come over the stage for the distribution of memento. I invite Dr. D.B. Shekhawat to come over the stage to receive her memento. Dr. D.B. Shekhawat. Ma'am have done her study on clinical coding and its significance in significance. I request Mr. Kalishwara IT to receive the memento on behalf. I request Mrs. Prema Karketa to come over the stage to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. I congratulate all the research scholars for your hard work. Thank you all the respected dignitaries who have distributed who have distributed the memento to our research scholars. Thank you.
As we make the move towards the next session of the day, it gives us immense pleasure to call upon our next chairpersons onto the dais.
We have with us Dr. Binu Matthew, Assistant Professor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur. She completed her Master's in Nursing in Psychiatry Nursing and is also a PhD holder in nursing. Ma'am's areas of interest include an array of subjects from mental health promotions, counseling to medical informatics, and school wealth, to name a few. Ma'am is also the recipient of the Best Paper Award and has been an attendee of several international conferences. Ma'am, we welcome you.
We also have with us Mrs. Rohisha IK, nursing tutor in the College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur. Ma'am has completed her master's in the community health nursing and MPhil nursing from Manipal University, MAHE. She is currently pursuing her PhD in nursing. Ma'am takes great interest in the fields of geriatrics, vulnerable population, emotional intelligence. Ma'am has numerous publications and paper representation to her name. Ma'am, we welcome you.
I request both of our chairpersons to lead the session from here. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. So we'll be starting on with the session. So for the first speaker is Dr. Janardhanan P, who is from Jipmer, Pondicherry. I request sir to please come over the stage. Shall we move on with the next session? Okay, we call upon the next speaker, Mr. Srinivas Kulkarni, to come on the stage and deliver the session. Mr. Srinivas Kulkarni, please come to the stage. So sir's present designation is Assistant Lecturer in BD E. Shri B.M. Patil College of Nursing, Bijapur. He has completed his basic BSc Nursing and MSc Nursing. He has experience in the clinical field, community field, as well as in psychiatry. He has done specialty postings in various departments. He has worked as nursing tutor in Sri Siddheshwar Institute of Nursing, Solapur. I welcome sir to present his session.
Thank you, one and all. So good morning to one and all. Myself, Srinivas Kulkarni, presently working as Senior Nursing Officer at Aiims Raipur. Presently, my posting is at 3A1 Ward, Burns and Plastic Surgery Department. First of all, I would like to thank MRD Department for giving me an opportunity to present this topic. So today, my topic is on role of nursing officer in maintaining the MLC records. So first, we will see what is medical legal case. So medical legal case refers to a case of injury or illness that indicates investigations by law enforcement agencies to establish and fix the criminal responsibility for the case according to the law of the country. So whenever, so here we are having the list of MLC cases, which has labeled as MLC cases. The cases such as accidents and assaults, suicides or homicides, poisoning, burns, sexual offenses, all patients brought to the hospital in such suspicious circumstances or with an improper history, or the persons who are found dead on road without any known cause. So next it comes as child abuse, domestic violence, and broad dead cases. So these are the list of MLC cases which are brought to the hospitals, and these such kind of cases are labeled as MLC cases. So once we receive the patient to the hospitals in emergency, this is the routine what we are following to label it as MLC. So whenever there is a case coming with suspicious, so first we have to stabilize the case and treat the patient according to his condition. Later on, there will be an MLC register at the casualty, where we have to give him a MLC registration number. Then the role of the medical officer on duty at the casualty will intimate the police in charge or the station nearby, where we have to intimate the case and the MLC register should be done. So next, how we are going to do the MLC labeling after once we receive the case at the hospitals. So always we have to prepare these are all the roles of a medical officer on duty who is going to label the case as MLC. So once we receive, always we should prepare 3 copies of medical legal report. One is kept as hospital record and another one is at our medical student office and another one is given to the respected given to police respected area of the police station. Next is hospital records or file of MLC should be kept as confidential in record section till the judgment of the court of law pertaining to the case has been issued. So next is if medical legal report has already been issued from other hospital, then duplicate medical legal report should not be issued unless specifically requested by the police in writing by the order of the court. So this should be followed whenever there is a referred any cases which are referred from the other hospitals. So what we have to do when there is a death in medical legal cases? So whenever there is a death in medical legal case, the police officer should be informed immediately once before. Whenever there is a death in medical legal case, the police officer should be informed. Death certificate should not be issued in medical legal cases and body must be sent to the medical legal autopsy after filling the appropriate format. This all should be done by the respective medical officer who is posted at the casualties. In all the cases brought dead, police is informed and the body is sent to the mortuary after filling the appropriate forms. The cause of death certification in cases other than MLC can only be issued by the emergency medical officer, assistant EMO, treating doctor who has attended the case within 7 days and is sure about the cause of the death. So here the main topic what I have got is what is the role of nursing officers in handling the medical legal cases. So when major part of the nurses are dealt while handling the hospital related records. So the nurse must be legible, notes must be legible and specifically dated whenever we are writing. So get into the habit of using factual, consistent, accurate, objective and unambiguous patient information whenever we are writing the nurses notes. So all the cases which are coming, either it might be MLC or normal cases, we have to safeguard the records specifically as mentioned by our MRD department. So once we are maintaining the MLC records, it should be kept under safe custody of the nurses. No individual sheet should be separated from the file. Then next is no other patients or visitors should be accessible to the patient's records. Then no other strangers are permitted to read the records. Records are handed over to the legal advisor without written permission of the administration. So, and we have to protect the records from the loss. So this is a small topic what I have got to present over this, that what are the roles of nurses while maintaining the MLC records. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your crisp and short presentation. You have saved 5-6 minutes. I think any questions are there you can ask regarding role of nursing officer in maintaining MLC record in health team.
Hello. Since you mentioned everything, but you have not mentioned about suppose the patient died, that body should be handed over to the police or to the statue you keep in the mortuary.
We have to send this body to the mortuaries.
Like mortuary.
Yes.
And then only inform the police.
No, before we have to inform the police also once the death occurs and the body is shifted to the mortuary. Later on, it will be claimed by the police itself.
Okay. And also about since you have mentioned all these things, you have not mentioned about the medical error, how to keep it, what are the things to be there labeled, the body is And since it's told about the nurses, I'm talking,
Yes,
not
sir.
other things.
Yes, sir.
You have to, mortuary tag should be there in the leg or wherever it is.
Okay, sir.
Along with that, you have to win. And next time slide, please add that one.
Okay,
So it will be useful for them.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir, for adding that valuable insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Mr. Karthikeyan Srinivasan. Mr. Karthikeyan Srinivasan, I request sir to come over the stage. Sir is dealing on the topic Breakthrough the Unambiguous Healthcare, a report on latest technologies available for patient health services. Sir is working as Senior Medical Record Officer and Sub-Registrar, Medical Records Department, Postgraduate Institution of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. He have completed his MFM, BCom, MRSC and PGDHM. Sir, please.
Very good morning. Already my introduction has been given through the judges. I welcome and thank Mr. Kailash for this opportunity. First of all, the famous Larry King had told that I remind myself every morning, nothing I say this day will teach me anything. So if I am going to learn, I must do it by listening. So I request all of you to listen. This UHealth, it is available everywhere. Within my hand, within your hands, each and every corner of the nation, world, location, irrespective of location, area, etc. It is called as ubiquitous healthcare system. It can be wearable device. It will be available in hospital. It will be available with the doctor. It will be available on the desktop, or it is a IoT, which means Internet of Things. Man need healthcare tools, its benefits, and technical interventions which can be assessed easily, anywhere, anytime, irrespective of location. It may be a UHealthcare system. UHealthcare system or Internet of Things is compiled by JIIT New Delhi. Most probably the patient, hospital, and doctors need the help of information to treat the patients. It may be through the patient's ID, which is captured on EHR, electronic health record, is stored on cloud-based, which is retrieved by the hospital for treatment of a patient or by the doctor for giving a proper diagnosis through the EHR, electronic health record. It is also useful for the healthcare personnel, pharmacist, employer, researchers and educational institutions, insurance companies, and law enforcement under the court of law. What is UHealthcare? UHealthcare is an affordable and viable healthcare management service. This technology enables us to assess how, when, and wherever it is required, it easily way. It also leads us to a flexible, effective, and efficient healthcare information management and gathering vital patient information for collective information and analysis for the diagnosis of a particular way of treatment. By this image, it is clear that UHealthcare is available everywhere and everyone is using this system of
keeping the information within the hands of himself or herself. Like we are using the wearable devices like smartwatches or the ECG or the SPOT, etc. Sensors like monitoring devices and therapeutic devices, thereby communicating through the telecommunication networks and medical service providers who are utilizing this data for collective information on the patient for diagnosis and treatments. Uses and for what? In this advanced world, there's a need for advanced technology and latest environmental and patient sensors. It is used on the patients to monitor and improve the mental and physical status of a patient. Likewise, a tiny sensors are placed in within the patients, collect data and physical characteristics of the patient to diagnose his health complication to further treatment. How technology is compiled. This is a wonderful technology where the patient's information are collective and stored on the IoT cloud based. Further, this data is analyzed and given to the doctors for proper diagnosis at the right and real time diagnosis time, takes out the time. The purpose of indicative is that in developing and developed countries, it has been established to be the most mosaic system, which is treated as the fastest growing healthcare technology and technical service worldwide. It is also an evidence-based health practice within any location and time. It can be give us a real-time collection, analysis, storage, transmission, access of vital medical data which is needed for the treatment of a patient. There are various types of network. It may be LAN, PAN, SAN, WAN, VPN, MAN, and EPN, SCAN, and POLAN. The various topology of network types are point to point. It may be bus type or ring type or star type or the tree, a mesh or hybrid types. The types of network devices used to capture the patient's information are router, switch, access point, hub, gateway, and bridge. Technologies in use. The healthcare IoT, Internet of Things, medical devices and application softwares that can be communicated with various healthcare information technology. For an example, it is Fitbit application, which we use with the hand, within our hand. It's in the smartwatches and it's on the smartphones. What is telemedicine? Telemedicine is a technique where video conferencing is done between the doctor and patient. It is called as video conferencing. The slide, the image which shows you the integrated wearable system, which is powerful management for utilization with the various sources of cyber security, body area network, wearable sensors, algorithm models, data management, and human factors, and open system architect. The other systems for new healthcare systems are 3D computer aided prosthetic designs and smartphones. You all know that smartphone is an essential machine where we keep our informations. This is an image which shows the electrocardiogram sensors, blood pressure sensors, body temperature sensors, and pulse and oxygen in blood sensors, which are monitored by the or on the patient, which is captured on the smartphone and further stored in cloud-based for diagnosis and medical server for proper diagnosis and share the data with the doctor for future references. Location tracking system is a system where a sub-room level or sub-meter level accurate location is stored and shared for the references and uses. Behavior monitoring is an information on behavior monitoring will address vital data to the administered patient with adequate manner. Sleep pattern analysis. It is an gyroscopic magnetometer and accelerometer self-healthcare provider can monitor and analyze pattern of sleep behavior of a patient. These are the benefits of M-Health. M-Health means mobile health. For the patient, it can be useful for personal reminder, disease care, records hand, doctors on demand, and health tracker. For physician, it is very useful for data respiratory, less paperwork, right decision only, perceived diagnosis, and online interactions. Also, it can reduce various cancellations, medication regulatory, reduce healthcare expenses, reduce administrative burden, medical billing simplified, caregiving efficiency, optimize medical data. Vital sign monitoring, pedo fall detection, biomedical sensors are already available on the smartphones. This is the Internet of Things. Without internet, there's nothing in this world. And we all use the internet for various purposes. It's everywhere and any location. Smart cards, non-programmable logical plastic cards are portable and easy to carry, which is embedded with microcontroller chip and memory chip. And radio frequency identification, which is an automatic identification data capture technology. Actuators, control system mechanism which acts upon an environment. This is a fixed mechanical and electronic system software based pointer divider, robot, human, or any other internal force of mechanism which is used as a means. You healthcare for patient-centric healthcare system. It is useful for service provider, patient, practitioners, pharmaceutical companies, and insurance companies. It is useful for patient for clinical forms and web-based platform. It is useful for the doctor for streaming data, assessing medical records, and data analysis. It is useful for the companies, for insurance companies, for data claims, and census and social data utilizations. This is useful for the service provider as a means of source of resource data, patients feedback, and hospital visits and service details. I conclude this with last slide. By this healthcare, it is the basic concept for using technologies ensure the information obtained consider protecting the life and death of a patient at the right time. It is a technology which affords possibility of environment, computing, sensing, and using communications technologies for monitoring patients' health problems, enables time, anywhere, anytime to collect and analyze the medical information by doctors, nurses, and family by giving a real-time advice and expert opinion to the needy one. Now watch this ubiquitous healthcare system and think what next.
Thank you, sir.
I want to play one video, please. There's a video which is not playing it. Can anyone help to play this video?
Sir, the time is up.
Only 1 minute. The video play करो. Due to busy schedule, I have to finish it fast. Whatever I want to remember.
Just to go and meet up his doctor. Later, Jack was diagnosed with high blood pressure and hypertension. So doctor advised him to record different vital signs at different interval of time. Jack then decided to use his computer, but recording so many vital signs becomes really frustrated for him and he gets really frustrated. So he asked doctor and doctor gave him an idea to download Cure Me app from the Google Play Store. CureMe records vital signs from the Jack's body and transmits it to the doctor's web portal. CureMe allows Jack to transmit vital signs either through manual or sensors. In case of critical vital signs is being detected, CureMe notify doctors so that necessary remedies can be taken. There is also a web portal for the doctors from which they will be able to communicate with their patients and manage them. Now Jack will really know what doctors are trying to say while standing at the comfort of his home, thus allowing remote monitoring and freedom to move. And obviously less transportation cost for Jack. So that's how CureMe acts as a bridge between doctor and all of his patients. CureMe, get it on Google Play Store. It's really free.
Thanks, and that's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for briefing on healthcare system and explaining how this networking is helping the healthcare information technology and also adding to the improvement of healthcare. If the audience have any queries, you can put it. Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next session.
So next, I would like to invite Dr. Janardhan B. So he will be deliberating on the topic importance and implementation of electronic health records on hospital nurses' role. He has done PhD and he is presently faculty of College of Nursing, Jipmer, Puducherry. And he is qualified in junior and pre-senior GK UN information test and won several prizes. And he has participated in quiz competition and is a very active member and participated in various health education competitions in SNA conferences also. So we welcome you, sir, to present your topic.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. Sorry for the delay which had happened in uploading this content. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference, MEDRECON 2020, especially Mr. Kaleshwara, organizing secretary of this conference, for having invited experts even from the other disciplines. I think interdisciplinary collaboration in health research is something which is happening these days. In that way, I'm really thankful and grateful to Mr. Kaleshwara for having invited me for this presentation on behalf of the nursing fraternity. I think you all will admit the fact that nurses play a pivotal role in documentation as well as maintenance of clinical records in hospitals. In that way, the role of nurses is actually very much crucial and at the same time inevitable. So this presentation, I thought that I would just focus on like how this electronic health record implementation is happening in the hospital in terms of nursing perspective. So I'll be covering some of the basic concepts. I think most of you would be aware about these concepts, but still I just wanted to reiterate this during this conference. This electronic based documentation system as such is considered as a major transformation, not just in healthcare system alone, but in the digital system as well worldwide. Successful implementation of the system makes the jobs of nurses very much easier. It saves time and improves the quality of care that is delivered to patients. Hence, it actually results in the overall outcome, clinical outcome in a very better way. And the patients also would get satisfied because of this electronic based documentation system. But still, little is actually known about the adoption of electronic health information system in developing countries. And we are also one among those countries and still in the process of getting 100% acquainted with that. So basically, what is an electronic health record? An electronic health record is actually a digital version of a patient's paper chart, and EHRs are real-time patient-centered records that makes information available instantly and secure to authorized users. And nurses are one among these authorized users, and they will be getting into this kind of documentation system in the routine clinical practice every day. These are actually vital part of the health information technology, and it contains the patient's medical history, the diagnosis which are being made, the medications which are being prescribed and administered for the patient, the treatment plans which are done, immunization schedules, dates, history of allergies, images as far as the radiological investigations are concerned, and various laboratory and test results. And this allow access to evidence-based tools that provide us which means the healthcare team members of various designations, and they can use this to make decisions about a patient care. So clinical decision making is actually one crucial element which takes place in the routine clinical practice, and this kind of documentation system would make it much more easier and compatible. And here actually we do the automation and streamlining of the workflow systems which we follow every day in our hospitals. The key features includes the health information could be created and managed by authorized providers in a digital format, and it is capable of being shared with other providers across more than one healthcare organization. So it is not just going to be confined in one particular hospital, but still it could be, communicated and shared with other healthcare systems as far as the treatment decision-making process is concerned. EHRs are basically built to share information with other healthcare providers and other organizations such as laboratories from other hospitals, specialists who can come on giving their opinion in terms of consultation, medical imaging facilities, pharmacies, emergency facilities, and school and workplace clinics. So they contain information from all clinicians involved in a patient care, and even nurses from other organizations also get involved in communicating the patient's progress to make a clinical decision making. So before getting into the actual process of information, I just wanted to touch upon nursing informatics. See, nursing informatics as such has emerged as a specialty in many Western countries. And of course, it has been included in the nursing curriculum in India as well. And it is slowly coming up. And there are a lot of technical advancements which have come in, and nurses are playing a major role, not just in getting trained, but also in the implementation of the various digitally associated informatic process. So this is basically a specialty in nursing, which integrates nursing science with multiple information and analytical sciences to identify, define, manage, and communicate data, information, knowledge, and wisdom in nursing practice. Nurse informatics professionals play a vital role in all aspects of the health information technology cycle. Nurse informatics professional includes the basically qualified nursing professionals for having an additional training in nursing informatics. The clinical information which gets accumulated in EHRs are used mainly in many secondary settings such as quality maintenance or quality assurance for facing the legal issues or to just keep the litigations managed, and in many regulatory venues, and the data being analyzed to produce new nursing knowledge as well. And this creates an environment where clinical nurses interact with informatics nurses and informatics nurse specialists. Nurses at all levels of organization, like nursing executives, nurse managers, and clinical nurses, should get actually involved in all this HIT decisions. If you take institutes like Aiims Raipur and other institutions of national importance, we have chief nursing officers, nursing superintendents, assistant nursing superintendents, and nursing officers. And people of this kind should be actively involved in making decisions associated with health information technology. Clinical nurses have many opportunities also to get involved during the EHR selection and during the implementation process. So it is all depending on how well nurses gets actively involved in the process of electronic health record maintenance and how far they're able to take it further and get themselves acquainted with this process. So these are the various process of EHR implementation. I just made it a little concise, but actually there are basically a 10-step process which could be read further in order to get a knowledge about it. This process includes system selection, where we look for the softwares to implement this particular electronic health record system. And it also involves the designing of the system, development, including current and future state validation. Testing is supposed to be done, and education and training is actually a vital part. I think most of the speakers have been emphasizing right from yesterday about giving enough training and education to the health professionals to get used to all this kind of digitalization. And implementation or go live is another phase where we get actually implementing this electronic health record systems, and ongoing maintenance and optimization, which could be received through getting proper feedback, not just from the nursing community, but from the entire health team members, because it is more of like a collaborative activity which takes place. So these are some of the advantages of electronic health records, especially for nurses. It gives medication reminders, hence duplication does not happen, and the safety of the patient is also assured. It prevents drug interactions. Immediate access could be obtained, especially to patients' medical history and documentation of clinical care. There is a separate branch, I would rather call it as a specialization in nursing called as electronic medical record nurse. Actually, this concept is not much available in India, but in Western countries, there are nurses who are specifically or specially designated as electronic medical record nurse, who collaborates with the medical records department of the hospital in order to get the information, patient's record system properly maintained. And these nurses uses modern technology to manage and organize the patient health information. They're also responsible for categorizing patient medical records and making them accessible and accurate for insurance purposes, physicians, medical personnel, and various databases. And nurses who work in this position are actually part of a larger field, which is known as health informatics. So which is closely connected with nursing informatics as well, which I've told you earlier. These are few responsibilities of electronic medical record nurses. The first major responsibility is to just record and review patient information as and when necessary, to manage and organize data for clinical databases, analyze and assess patients' outcomes, secure patient health information for confidentiality purposes. The electronic medical record nurse is also tasked or entrusted with responsibilities in order to ensure all patient health information is being collected on time and available for the medical personnel, especially the doctors, to just go ahead with the further treatment modalities. And this also improves the overall quality of care which is being rendered by the nurses, and it also enhances and ensures effective communication between medical professionals and facilities, which are basically the primary objectives for EMR nurses. So these are the qualifications. Actually, these EMR nurses enter the field, just 1 minute, enter the field, and they have a minimum of bachelor's degree in nursing. And then they just get into the short-term training program on this nursing informatics field, and they get themselves prepared and qualified to become an EMR nurse. And this EMR nurse must be actually analytical, detail-oriented, technologically savvy, interpersonal, and should have a strong sense of integrity. So this is actually one particular model. Maybe 1 minute if you can give, I can just go through this. This is actually given by American Nurses Association. And this is actually a cyclic process where this electronic documentation system has been collaborated with the routine nursing process, which takes place in the ward by the nurses. Actually, if you can see, this is actually a 4-step process, which begins with an assessment. And after assessment is getting over, the nurse actually plans, in which she gives a plan of care for the patients, following which the interventions are being done. And then it is getting evaluated. Based on the evaluation, the revision of the plan also would be done. Hence, it is called as a cyclic process. And this process with the electronic health record was adopted in a study change model, which is being implemented in America. So organization's role is also very, very important, because they should give a proper importance to the nurses and get themselves involved right from the beginning till end in order to implement this EHR effectively in hospitals. In conclusion, I just wanted to say that to err is human. Building a safer health system has given rise to efforts to improve patient safety, and chief nursing officers and nursing superintendents need an actual understanding of how HIT affects patient care, so they can collaborate with other members of the executive team when HIT issues are being discussed. And all nursing professionals play a very vital role in EHR implementation. Working with HIT professionals, clinical nurses play an essential role in integrating direct patient care with technology to transform these data into wisdom. And thank you so much. And these are my references.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of electronic health records. The very good slide which I liked was nursing informatics, which is emerging, and we all should play a very important role and understand the importance of these medical records. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Any questions from the audience?
Thank you, sir. That was a informative message from you. This, as Madam highlighted, that the informatics, health informatics is new to us. Even UG level nurses are not taught. I hope it is in MSc levels. Aiims Raipur is ahead in giving the information to patients, like reports are given in the online through the app Aiims Swasthya. But in foreign countries, as you made a note, they are much advanced in recording the vitals, in recording the nurses, patient's progress, and if any sickness has happened, which will help not only the doctors to know about the patients, but also for the health record keepings. I hope there should be some more things to happen in India where a huge population is there, so that the health records on databases are much more recorded. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, as you said, like Indian Nursing Council syllabus, if you look at the Masters of Science in Nursing syllabus, health informatics as such is a separate unit, which is speaking a lot about preparation of nurses for the CHR implementation and all that. I think in the recent revision of Indian Nursing Council syllabus and BSc curriculum also, they have incorporated this, and I think that will be definitely beneficial for the nurses who are going to get passed out, not to get oriented to this particular field called as nursing informatics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Please, sir, can you take the seat on the dais, please?
I request Mr. Srinivas Kulkarni and Mr. Karthikeyan Srinivasan to come over the dais and take your seat. Please, sir. So we are moving to the next session. I invite Dr. Sakhi John to the stage. Sir is dealing on the topic Challenges and Issues of Health Information System Architecture in India. Special reference on Indian System of Medicine. Sir is currently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of Public Health, Hospital and Pharmaceutical Management, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you, especially the chairperson, Dr. Binu Matthew, and Mrs. Roshika Aike, and all my dear students and my colleagues. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today, I have one presentation. This is challenges and issues of health information system architecture in India, special reference to the Indian system of medicine, right? So when I presented actually one related to HMIS in the 12 years back at Delhi in a MEDRECON conference, somebody on dais asked me, actually, this is nothing to related to medical record. Today, when I look at actually your presentation or our presentation, the 80% of our presentation is related to the EMR, the HMIS, you know, the digital platform and other things. I'm so happy to see the transition. And also, actually, I thank you very much, Aiims Raipur, especially Dr. Kaushik, for the great invitation. And I take this opportunity to congratulate all of you for this great the event. So why I have taken the Ayush, or actually the Indian system of medicine, is the two reasons. One reason is there is not much focus on actually the ISM, or Indian system of medicine. Maybe actually when you talk about Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, or homeopathy, that is the Indian system of medicine. There is not much focus. We are focusing more on actually the modern medicine. One. The another one is mainly when you talk about actually the ISM, the Indian system of medicine, the 70% of our Indian population living in a rural side. When you talk about the accessibility, when you talk about actually the availability, when you talk about actually the affordability, they are more accessible. The ISM is more accessible. They are more available in the rural place. As you know, actually the 70% of actually the Indian population staying in actually rural area, where only the 30% the resources are available. Maybe when you talk about actually the doctors, when you talk about the manpower, like the nurses, paramedical, whatever it is, material, money, whatever it is, and only the 70% population with the 30% resources, the 30% population with the 70% resources. So there is a wide gap or wide disparity in a health system. That is the main reason I have taken this is a model actually which we have presented and submitted this project with the CCRU, the Council, Central Council Research in Unani Medicine, right? I don't want to go into the details, the definition and other things, especially when you talk about actually the health information system is an integrated effort to collect and process, report and use the health information to knowledge, to influence the policy making, the program action and research. So why we have to focus on actually the integrated health information system. One reason is the Institute of Medicine, right? The US itself actually that, you know, they found that the estimate of actually the 1 lakh, the American dying every day, every year from the preventive medical error, and the 60% of because of they are not able to actually accessible. You know, they are not able to actually accessible to the medical information, right? So in India, there is no actual figures are available, but it's more than actually 8 to 9 lakh because of actually the medical error, because of actually they are not able to access the health information, or it's not available to the health information for the patient. So more than 7 lakh or 8 lakh people are dying in our country. There is no exact figures available. The another one is we can avoid the repetitive the diagnostic test, which lead to high cost healthcare, right? For example, actually, one of my study I have taken actually some of the data from actually the rural and the urban area. More than 3,000 rupees actually we are spending each and every patient for repetitive examination. So if you have actually integrated system, integrated platform, just common platform to stand, we can avoid the repetitive diagnostic tests. And also with the prompt retrieval of actually the information and a reduction in actually the medical error, the lack of collaborative health delivery, the requirement of actually the health insurance sector, especially the CBHI, right? The community-based health insurance, the private insurance sector, right? The government sector, insurance sectors are actually coming up. The health insurance sector, it's emerging in our country, right? So that is another requirement for integrated the health information system. The patient-centric system or individualized healthcare, the strengthening the clinical knowledge, especially the R&D, research and development, or integrated health information system, and optimize the workflow, the decision support system, especially the DSS, at all level, maybe the transition level, maybe the middle level, or actually the strategic level, and also actually the improved process flow and application of actually the telemedicine. When you look at actually when you look at actually the telemedicine, right? This is another significant change in the public health area. So this is a information flow in actually the public health system. So I don't want to discuss more. I can share this slide from actually the health workers or ANM or actually the MPHWs, multipurpose health workers, to actually the health center, then actually the PHC level, then CHC block, right? The district level, then actually we send actually the aggregated data to actually the district level, then actually the state headquarters, and actually the national headquarters, right? So this is a information flow in our country, right? So these are the research actually we have done. Actually, what is the primary what is the priority of actually each and every Aish doctor, or actually the Indian system of medicine doctors for integrated health information system, especially when you talk about actually the availability and error management. The 37% they say the health information management they use, or we can use for identify the error, or the 4% the correct the error, the prevent the error, and maintain the quality of care, and also actually improve the quality, right? I don't have actually much time, only actually the 10 minutes allocated for me, so I have to wind up, right? So when you talk about availability, right? So the availability, the 34% people believe that if we have actually the integrated system, it's available for actually the entire population. We can link with actually the other, like we have seen the birth and death, or actually that other system like NDSS, notifiable disease surveillance system, and the other systems, and the abstraction and reporting, and also actually the data view would be better in integrated system. The availability of actually health information system in a personal healthcare, the patient focused, have a direct impact on actually the patient care, the improve the patient experience, and also the create the evidence-based practices. So we have done actually one survey with actually the 140 the doctors, and not only doctors, the doctors, nurses, and the paramedical staff, in a different healthcare setup. So we got actually just after actually the 2 years of actually the implementation, right? We have asked almost actually the 13th question to this the paramedical and medical and the nursing staff. So improved the ability to make good patient care decision due to access to information, right? So the 40% of that said no change. But just remember one thing is that just after 2 years, maybe it may take actually some time to change the perception, right? So the 60% of them said it's a wonderful experience with improved the ability, right? You look at actually the accuracy and validity, right? The 40% again says actually not much change, right? The overall safety of the patient, the 30% only, 27% says, there is not much change, but actually the much better.
So a reminder about time.
Right. Sure, I'm winding it up, right? So when you talk about actually the requirement of actually the older record, right? Moreover, the 59% cases, the 59% cases, we required the old records in an Aiims system. Right, I'm stopping here. Actually, I don't want to go into the model, right? So especially we need actually the integrated in the national platform for actually the EMR based system. And, especially when you talk about actually the information requirement in a primary, secondary, and a tertiary level of actually the health system, we need actually this thing. We have actually the vertical approach. We have a lack of ownership. That is another challenge. The language of prescription in an Indian system for medicine, that is another challenge, because the different languages, especially the Unani, we use actually the Urdu language, but in a Siddha, we use actually the regional language. In a Ayurveda, somewhere actually we are using the regional language. So that is another challenge with actually the Indian system of medicine, right? A lack of skilled resources, as you said, as we have seen in the previous presentation, the lack of skilled manpower resources in health informatics, the induction of actually the young manpower. That is a big scope for actually our system. The 51% of actually the health professionals in Ayush, right? They are youngsters. Most of them are actually the IT savvy. They are much interested. They are more interested to implement CPOE like actually the system, right? Especially the EMR like actually the system. So that is a biggest, the advantage with our system. So this is a roadmap for Indian system of medicine. I don't want to go into the details because there is no time, right? Otherwise, madam again actually she will give actually the warning for me, right? So this is a name-based system. We need actually the name-based system in a national level. We need actually the national platform to stand, not only for the modern medicine, even for the Ayush, right? Because they have the more accessible, more available, and also actually the affordable for 70% of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are glad that our chief guest, Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, the director Aiims Raipur, are here with us. Welcome, sir. Yes.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. Actually, Ayush Ministry has got officially an Ayush Hospital Management Information System. The link is ehr.ayush.gov.in. So what you are trying to say, is it linked to that, or you are? Mike.
Yes, they have actually the system, but actually this is a model actually which we have submitted with the CCRU. Right.
No, because you probably have to link with this. So
yeah, a little bit actually different, because we are using actually the different data set for actually the lower level, the middle level, the state level, and actually the national level. National level, we need only the aggregated data, right? That only actually it flows to the the top level.
No, that what you are saying is about the HMIS. This is not HMIS. This is AHR, Ayush Hospital Management Information System. Please have a look at the link. It's ehr.ayush.gov.in.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Just have a look at the site and then you'll get an idea.
Okay.
So I think it's related. The other thing which has happened in Snowmed City also, the National Resource Center for EHR Standards at CDAC Pune, they have actually added a national extension for Ayurveda.
Okay, fine.
We don't have yet for Unani or Siddha or homeopathy or yoga, naturopathy.
Okay.
We don't have anything, but Ayurveda, they have added a national extension.
All right.
So maybe for Unani also, you can try that. And BIS, the MHD 17, I'm a member there as well. The Bureau of Indian Standards, the Health Informatics Committee. So probably you can join there, and because that's how it's going on.
Sure. Thank you,
sir. I mean, in ISO also, it's being approved. So
Sure.
It's becoming internationally, because Chinese traditional medicine has got a lot of things in ISO.
I got it.
India so far didn't have, but now we have.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll join.
Any more questions?
Dr. Janathan, how you make entries of medical records in by nurses? First they treat the patient and then take the notebook and then read, or they have a pad or something like that, right? And straight away into the system.
Sir, actually, since I'm from JIPMA, like what we are following now is partially paper-based only, right from the admission of the patient to the particular ward or unit. Things are happening on paper, and before discharge, like certain informations are being entered online. Like recently, we have introduced this online laboratory investigations raising system, prescriptions, everything is slowly coming up. But as far as the implementation of the nursing care is concerned, still, I think we have to make it digitalized, and we are actually in the process of doing it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on with the next session, the last speaker for this plenary session is Mr. Neeraj Sharma. I invite sir to present his topic, how long should medical records be preserved? Sir, please. Sir is currently working as Deputy Manager, Medical Records at Fortis, Dhal Hospital, New Delhi.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I'm Neeraj Sharma from Fortis Hospital, Delhi. My topic is the retention period of the medical records. First, the introduction of the first medical record introduced in England in 1667. After that, US in 1762. In the American College of Physicians, standardized the medical records policy and other requirements of the medical records. And in India, in a board committee, it stressed importance of the keeping of the medical records. What is the importance of the medical records? Subsequently, government constituting a committee, Jain committee and Ram committee, highlighted the poor state of the medical records in India. What is the condition of the medical record in India? And recommended the establishment of a proper medical in the every hospitals. What is the legal validity of the medical record? Medical record is a legal document because this is accepted by the court as per the Evidence Act. These are considered useful evidence by the court as it accepted that documentation of acts during the course of treatment of a patient is a genuine and unbiased. No legal validity of the medical record is not signed by the doctor, no dates, no after medical records written after discharge and death. No legal validity of the medical record in the courts. Who is the ownership of the medical records in the dispute between the patients and the hospitals? The main hospital is the owner of the medical. Patients say, I have paid for the treatment. I am the owner of the records. But no, hospitals responsibility for maintaining continuity of the medical records and the primary responsibility of the hospital to maintain to produce the patient records on demands as and when required by the patients, insurance and others company. Like in a criminal cases and a road traffic accident as a Mccd, labor codes, insurance, and the main is the medical negligence is a very important role play of the medical records for prove the negligence or no negligence of a hospital or doctors. what are the implications of not keeping the medical records? Number one, violation of MCI. Number two, absence of records could also invite adverse interference from the courts. And as per the court direction, Supreme Court, National Consumer Courts, and several judgments in respect of the maintaining the medical records. Life cycle of medical records. The cycle starts of the medical record creation and destruction. Between the duration between creation and destruction is the retention period of the medical records. What is the medical record retention policy? A medical record retention policy is an official procedure of the practice with respect to retention and destruction of its documents files. A well-drafted records retention policy activity explains how to organize, store, and restore patients' medical records. Medical records retention policy, there is no legal defined guideline in India for the retention period of the medical records. We discussed some legal aspects. Number one, MCI. MCI is the medical bodies who draft law in doctors, only for doctors. As per the MCI, every physician shall maintain the medical records pertaining to his or her indoor patient for a period 3 years. If you read carefully, it say only indoor patient, not for OPD patients, only indoor patient. Second is, if patient any request for the medical record, produce the records to the patient or near relative within 72 hours. Number three, maintain a register of certificates with full details of the medical certificate. As per recent order by the MCI, we give only 15 days medical certificates, not more than 15 days. Clinical statements say that retain the medical record 3 or 5 years. इसमें इसने भी कंफ्यूजन डाल दिया कि भाई 3 साल रखो या 3 साल रखो या 5 साल रखो, इसमें कोई भी क्लियर गाइडलाइन. There is no clear guideline in the statement. As per the Limitation Act give the file a suit in a court within 3 years after damage, not for discharge. यदि damage होता है after discharge 1 year, so he give a 4 years. So Limitation Act for the Limitation Act within 3 years after damage. Is a Consumer Protection Act give the 2 years after damage. And main important in the consumer, it is that if any pediatric cases can file the suits against the hospitals or doctors, other cases after acquiring the age of majority. PS PNDT Act. This rule is applicable for only radiological reports. He gives only 2 years for retention of the radiological report. MTP Act gives the 5 years. Or under the state law, the government is the Punjab Medical Manual. He gives 12 years. This is a letter from the issue in the DGHS in 1968 and 2014. Both are the different. He gives the inpatient 10 years, medical legal 10 years, and in 14th, he is a inpatient 3 years, medical legal 10 years, or for OPD 3 years. There is letters we issue in the 2014 and 1968. What is the difference between DGHS and MCI? DGHS is a nodal officer or nodal authority in the hospitals, or MCI draft only for doctors. Only for doctor. MCA hospital not come in the under the MCI. So MCI say 3 years, DGHS say 10 years. It's the electronic medical record. Electronic medical is the best way of the store the medical records. MCI say in respect to medical record, and the clinician say also electronic medical records. As per the IT Act, Indian Evidence Act under section 65B, electronic medical record administered in the court with the certificate out under section 65B. Every court accepted by the electronic code accepted by the courts. in my view, what is the retention policy of the medical records? Number one, OPD records is 3 years. This is for a recommendation, not for the guideline. IP records 6 years, or period which give you enough safety margin. Medical legal 10 years and longer if the judicial proceedings are ongoing. Or number 3, if any medical record undergoing litigation after court order plus 3 years. Why 3 years? Because 3 years give the limitation act and he filed in the higher authority against the orders. Period is filed, keep the records of minor till attain the age of majority plus 3 years as per limitation act. Is no proper guideline for the pediatric case in India. Protocol for destruction of the medical records. The good practice for the medical give the two advertisement in the two newspaper because medical record is a legal document. Two newspaper mention in the duration of the time for the destruction of the medical record. Whether which record is not destruction, whether litigation is ongoing, where future trial is expected, files, pre-litigation process of notice exchange is going on. Some judgment in the Supreme Court. Number one is Pune Medical Foundation. In this records, there National Commission had that there was no question of the negligence of failure of the supply the medical record of patient. And it's legal duty of the hospital to give the records to the patient as per the MCI. Same is the Raghunath Rajao, the Maharashtra Medical Council of India. This is also the hospital have the responsibility to provide the medical record to the patients. And VP Santa versus Commission Hospital. The State Commission held that the failure of delivery the exception is different of services. Number is the doctor versus Apollo hospitals. No maintained confidentiality the patient information can be issue of the medical negligence. In this patient information disclosure without the consent of the patient. The hospital have first take the consent of.
Sorry, sir, to interrupt.
Okay, only one slide. First, take the consent from the patient after disclose the information of the patient. The conclusion. Accurate actually patient records are best defense against the malpractice allegation involved at you. MLC code as per the MCI is 3 years period for retention of records, but 3 years are several reasons for records should be kept longer than 3 years. 6 years or 6 years for inpatient routine cases, 10 years for medical legal and death cases, and PIDS files of 18+3, and the records pertaining to any unresolved, ongoing criminal or civil proceeding, CPA medical counseling, plus court of law, plus 3 years after the court order. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You have enlightened on the different aspects on preservation of records and the protocols to be followed on preservation and destruction of records in healthcare industry. Thank you, sir. If any questions from the audience?
We extend our gratitude to the esteemed chairpersons and speakers for this informative plenary session.
I request Dr. Binu Matthew, Assistant Professor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Janardhan B., Faculty of Psychiatry Nursing, College of Nursing, Jipmer, Puducherry.
I request Mrs. Rohisha IK, Nursing Tutor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to present a memento to Mr. Srinivas Kulkarni, Assistant Lecturer at BLD's Shri B.M. Patil College of Nursing, Bijapur. I request Mr. Srinivas Kulkarni to kindly receive it. I also request Rohisha ma'am to felicitate Mr. Karthikeyan Srinivasan, Senior Medical Records Officer and Sub-Registrar, Department of Medical Records, PGIM Chandigarh.
I request our chairpersons to felicitate our other respected speakers. We are pleased to invite Mr. Neeraj Sharma, Deputy Manager of Medical Records at Fortis FLT LT Rajan Dhal Hospital, New Delhi, to come forward and receive the memento.
We invite Dr. Sakhi John, Assistant Professor, Department of Public Health Hospital and Pharmaceutical Management, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, to come forward and receive his token of appreciation. Sir, please.
Now we take the opportunity to invite Mr. Suresh Carlton, President of HERAI, to felicitate our esteemed chairpersons. We request Dr. Binu Matthew ma'am, Assistant Professor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to receive the memento as a token of appreciation. Ma'am, please.
We now invite Mrs. Rohisha Aike, Nursing Tutor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to come forward and receive the memento. Ma'am, please.
It's already past 1, so it's time for us to have a lunch break. We'll continue with the other sessions for the day at 2:30.
देखो यहाँ आ रही थी आपकी आई तो नहीं आएगी ना
तो जब मैंने बोला था ना कि
Respected dignitaries, delegates, welcome back everyone to the afternoon session. We will move on to the next session. We are pleased to invite to the dais our chairpersons for presiding the session. We have with us Dr. Ajay Behra, Additional Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine and TB, Aiims Raipur. Sir, please. Sir was appointed as the principal investigator of ICMR network of pulmonary fibrosis by ICMR last year. Sir is also the author of numerous papers and has over 30 publications in his name in the field of diseases concerning the respiratory system. We welcome you, sir. We also have Dr. Atul Jindal, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur. Sir, please. Sir has over 90 publications credited to his name with an expertise in the cases of asthma. We welcome you, sir. We would request our chairpersons to lead the sessions forward from here. Sir, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Medical Records at Aiims Raipur for giving us this opportunity for hosting and chairing this session. So without wasting much time, I would like to invite, there is slight change in the session. So first I would like to invite Ms. Ruchita Rajbhandari, who is Technical Officer for Data Analysis and Delivery at the WHO CRO Office. Ms. Rajbhandari supports countries in the Southeast Asia region to strengthen their health information system and use data to measure and improve accountability in the health sector. She holds her MPH in Biostatistics from Boston University and has more than 10 years of experience in health information system field, including data analytics and delivery. So I welcome Ms. Ruchita Rajbhandari. Over to you, madam. Madam, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry, can you see my screen, everyone? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
You are not audible, Ruchita ji, you are not audible.
You can't hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me again?
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
I've unmuted myself. Let me try again.
We are not able to hear you, Ruchita ji.
Let me try again. Hi, can you hear me now? Hi, can you hear me? Wait. Hi.
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
That's so weird because I'm on 100% unmuted.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, and can you see my presentation now?
No.
Can you see my presentation?
We can't see your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, you can share your slides.
Okay, I shared with you. Can you not see that now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let me try again. Let me do screen share again. I'm screen share. Yeah, okay. Now can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's so visible.
Okay, perfect. You can hear me too, and you can see me as well, right?
Yes, please go ahead.
Perfect. All right. So let me get started then. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm just going to take some minutes to showcase some of the examples and best uses of health data for evidence-based policy and planning during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll highlight some of the best practices from around the Southeast Asia region and how we can leverage on these innovations and solutions moving forward. So I'm Ruchita Rajbhandari, Technical Officer for Data Analytics and Delivery at the World Health Organization Regional Office for Southeast Asia. So during the pandemic, nearly every country had to adapt their health information system in multiple ways to respond to the needs. Health data was used in various ways. For instance, information from HIS was being used to identify, collect, manage, transmit accurate health data in real time that allowed us to understand the epidemiological situation and craft appropriate control measures. Also, data was needed to assess and monitor service disruptions. There was also opportunities for digital innovations such as telehealth, online training, and the pandemic also highlighted some of the weakness in the system, in the health information system, such as in supply chain management or even in data management, such as data entry error, completeness error, etc. But overall, all these adaptation and initiations led to data-driven and evidence-based policy and planning during the pandemic. So here's a slide. In this slide, this highlights example of adoption of health information system for real-time monitoring of COVID-19 in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, data visualization tools were developed for decision support. Dashboards were developed to monitor COVID-19 situation. The data for dashboard is linked to the routine health information system, which is the DHIS2. The information was collected on epidemiological situations such as number of cases, death, recovery, availability of beds, ICU, vaccine doses administered. During the pandemic peaks, the DG of Health Services and MIS officers met on daily basis and reviewed data from these dashboards and identified gaps and responses. This ensured accountability and transparency in monitoring of the COVID-19 situation and identifying gaps to make informed decisions. Similarly, based on the COVID-19 response and situation needs, India had multiple health information system initiatives and solutions. First one is COVID-19 surveillance system using WHO warning or trigger system. They developed and used graded response action plan based on positivity rate. This ensured accurate control measurements were being taken based on evidence and rationale. Similarly, COVID-19 dashboards were developed to monitor and assess the situation and inform operational guidelines. Another great initiative is CoWIN, a web-based portal for COVID-19 vaccine, and as well as dashboard allowing for monitoring of COVID-19 vaccine administration across countries. So in this slide, I just want to take a moment and appreciate the quickness and efficiency with which health information system was adapted to meet the country's need. So another application of the use of health information system is to monitor. So in this example here, monitoring of essential health service disruption was done in Bangladesh using DHIS2, which is the routine health information system. Essential health services such as number of outpatient services, inpatient services, ANC1, normal delivery services were monitored in more than 500 facilities across all levels of service delivery. A weekly and monthly review of health service utilization was conducted. And through this review, it was noted that by end of April, there was decrease in utilization and multiple supply side and demand side factors identified. Based on this evidence, government of Bangladesh formulated policy implementation and target interventions such as inclusion of essential health packages in Bangladesh's preparedness and response plan for COVID-19. They also established telemedicine services, and newly recruited health workers were posted in primary healthcare facility levels. This helped ensure continuation of essential health services during the pandemic peak as well. So the pandemic led to emergence as well as increased use of telemedicine, which is one of the greatest digital innovation and solutions, which I would say. And one of the most successful telehealth platform during the pandemic was eSanjeevani OPD, a telemedicine solution for citizens to seek non-COVID-19 and COVID-19 related outpatient health services. Although it was launched in November 2019, it witnessed increase during the pandemic, with service recently completing more than 1.6 crore teleconsultation. As a result of this innovation, there has been improved access to specialized health services, especially in remote areas. The platform also addressed the shortage of doctors and specialists at ground level, while reducing the burden on secondary and tertiary level hospitals. And also it aligns with the National Digital Health Mission, This digital initiative is also boosting digital health ecosystem in the country. Here's another example from Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, they developed COVID-19 immunization tracker and vaccine stock management, building on the existing information system, which is the DHIS2. The Ministry of Health Sri Lanka deployed its COVID-19 vaccine tracker based on the DHIS2 platform. This was integrated as a new module within the health information system and has been operational since Jan 2020. The system uses tracker for immunization registry based on individual level data and also allows them to track individuals over time. The tracker collects information on vaccine distribution, registration, as well as monitor stocks. It captures stock received, issued, and utilized at national, regional, and vaccine center levels. Also, post-COVID, the tracker will be used to monitor vaccine efficacy, conduct follow-up studies, and also it can be adapted to the needs of other programs and outbreaks. And this is a case study from Thailand, where they quickly adapted and created a new system to make services more patient-centered. During the pandemic peak, health authorities in Pakrat district in Thailand established communication using line software text messaging, where the accounts were created for NCD clinics to enable online real-time or asynchronous consultation between hospital staff and patient prescription refills, or even for medication pickup or delivery. The line application was enabled 24/7 communication between doctors, nurses, and home health center care. There was also a secure Facebook page was created for patient inquiries and to facilitate patient follow-up. So despite COVID-19 and the decrease in hospital visits by hypertension patients, a package of services, including adaptation to facility-based services combined with outreach and community-based intervention, have contributed to sustained hypertension rates in Pakra district. And another example of use of health information system is for logistic management. And here's an example of supply chain management in India for family planning, known as FPLMIs. FPLMIs is a web-based, app-based, and SMS-based application, which provides instant access to stock information from national level to ASHA level. Also provides auto forecasting of stocks to ensure constant supply. During pandemic, FPLMIs was successful in ensuring there was constant and smooth supply of commodity to the national level, at the ground level. So as we move ahead, India and all the countries have developed very sophisticated technology and system during COVID-19. We have to understand that these digital technologies cannot operate in isolation, and it needs to be integrated into existing public healthcare system. Looking ahead, there's a need for a system-level approach for the vision of the ideal fit-for-purpose digital public health system. Also, we need to be innovative and understand what innovation is happening. For instance, there's a huge opportunity with Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. We need to leverage on this, streamline our data collection use, data privacy, and make it more patient-centric approach. And finally, we need to be inspired and be inspired. We need to document lessons learned, build upon what has been done so well, and also continue with capacity building via online training, monitoring, and review session. Overall, there has been so much initiative and adaptation of health information system. We just need to build upon it and continue strengthening our health information system for data-driven and evidence-based decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchita ji. It was a wonderful lucid talk. You talked about various dashboard developments during COVID times in Southeast Asia countries like Bangladesh and India. You also told us about various monitoring essential health services disruption tools developed by you in Bangkok, Thailand, and Bangladesh. And then you talked about usage of telemedicine like e-Sanjeevani tele-OPDs, which were conducted in India successfully. And you also talked about digital innovations and solutions in Sri Lanka and Thailand. I just want to ask about one question on what is the WHO's experience in looking at and development of HIS for e-ICUs. So COVID saw a lot of patients, particularly in the second wave, that most patients were not getting beds in the hospitals. they were not getting oxygen or oxygen beds. And we had plenty of resources, but possibly we failed in utilizing those resources optimally. So any idea on that? Any words of wisdom on that?
So during, when the health systems is overburdened, like one of the things that we need to do is strengthen, like, I think not just like, let's say India or like Southeast Asia countries, but all the countries in the whole world experience, the health systems were cracking. And this was one of the reasons that could have been solved is through, strengthening of robust health information system, understanding, from one, like why were these health systems being overburdened? Why was there like, understanding like how many ICU beds were there? Is there really a need? Like, I think the first way we all just did nationwide lockdown without any understanding, without rational, without evidence-based decision-making, right? But then on, WHO developed these warning system, the trigger system that looked at the positivity rate and said, okay, we are at this level now. This is what needs to happen, not to overburden our health system. So I think over time, after the first year, we understood how to use data for evidence-based planning and policy and how to make it work in our health system. And also WHO has been advocating for, building a stronger, resilient health system and building back better post-pandemic. So I think and that part of that includes health information system, building a robust health information system where we actually start using data and looking at evidence that's there and then making decision rather than panic. So I think this has been adapted in, the few years in the past 1 year, and it's been doing well because we're looking at data, we're looking at evidence and making rational decision. And that is us, we can see it hasn't led to the health systems cracking, rather we're building a stronger health system. So that's what I would say is, we are focusing on building robust health information system. And that's where one of our WHO technical assistants is to strengthen national health information system. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijita ji. So she has to go to pick up her daughter. So if we can have some questions from the audience. If there are no questions, then I hand over the mic to Dr.
Dr. Jindal. So after post-launch, the session number 9. So next speaker is the Dr. Clint Dantich, who is the young dynamic thoracic surgeon. And he was working last 2 years with post-COVID patients because Aiims Raipur has vast experience treating more than 15,000 patients. And mostly during post-COVID, that is pandemic situations, mucormycosis, and especially I'm a pulmonologist. So Dr. Clint Dantich is also operating number of patients that is related to thoracic surgeon. So he has credit of operating world's largest genetic mutational tumor of lung and first COVID mucor lung in transplant recipients. So I welcome Dr. Clint Dantich for his talk regarding how to use medical records in research purpose. This medical college is meant for teaching and for treatment, and mostly particularly Aiims Raipur is famous for research purpose. So he's one young dynamic thoracic surgeon. I welcome to Dr. Clint Dantich for his talk, how to use medical records in research purpose. I welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be speaking on how to use the medical records for research purpose. So coming mainly to the what are the contents I'll be speaking on, mainly on the purpose of the medical records in research and Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, which is HIPAA, and the Protected Health Information, which is confined mainly associated with the HIPAA, then disclosure of protected health information and the PHI security in the question and answer form. So what is the purpose of medical use of the medical records in the research? Most important, it's a communication tool for the healthcare team, help to track the events between the patient and healthcare providers, and offer information on diagnosis, procedures, lab tests, and other services, and provide past medical history as well and the present condition of a patient, and it serves as a legal documentation and documentation of billing and coding. So what is health insurance portability and accountability? This was the act which was passed in 1996 that required the creation of national standards to protect sensitive patient health information from being disclosed without the patient's consent or knowledge. So what is the definition? What is concerned with the protected health information? It is an individual identifiable health information held or transmitted by a covered entity or its business associate in any form. It can be in the form of media, electronic, paper, or oral. And who are covered under this entity? Mainly the healthcare providers, health plans, mainly the insurance doctor, healthcare clearing service houses, and business associates, who are the third party person who is confined to the insurance companies. So what does it include? Protected health information. It includes individuals past, present, or future physical or mental health of the condition, and provision of healthcare to the individual, daily round documentation, daily progress of the patient, laboratory details, and past, present, future payment, or any coding system that has been used in the healthcare facility. So now, how do I know that what kind of project research is oriented or not? Mainly, we have to get clarified from the University Research Center Board or an institute research board. And it should be as per the definition of research, which is a systematic investigation, including research development, testing, and evaluation, designed to develop or contribute to generalizable knowledge. As per this. And what are the prerequisites for disclosing the PHI, that is the protected health info? You require approval from mainly from the two boards. One is the Research Privacy Board and the Institutional Review Board or Ethical Committee. And if a research participant signs an informed consent document, is it adequate to collect their PHI? No, definitely not as per the guidelines. And the patient informed consent does not constitute authorization to use or disclose protected health information for research purpose. And it requires authorization from. Authorization is mainly on the form is on the focus on the privacy risk and states how, why, and to whom the PHI will be used and disclosed for research. And the informed consent is mainly what the patient signs provides the risk regarding the surgery and or the procedure what is being done, and its other confidentiality. So do I need approval to revive PHI? Definitely yes, and it should be as per the standing operating procedure for clinical research use and disclosure of PHI preparatory to use. And complete certification form is required, and it should be submitted to the university health director for the privacy. And can we create a large database of patient information for research purpose? Definitely no, as per the guidelines. It requires any research requires IRB approval for the collection of a large database data. And if you have collected the information on personal computer USB and at present you do not have a research need, but you may use it in future, is it fine? Definitely not. Again, it requires IRB approval for the creation of any copies which is confined to the university or the hospital. If you have a master chart protected with the password, does this protect your data especially? Definitely not. Again, the creation or maintenance of electronic file also requires IRB approval as per the PHI as well as the law which is provided by the IPA. And for the and sometimes you bring a laptop to home to complete work. Is it okay for any of your relatives or household people or children to use it? Again, it is no. You should have a separate operated password for the laptops, or it should be very kept confidential. The research has to be very confidential. And what other ways can you protect the PHI related to research? It has to be officially email ID from the hospital or the university. You cannot use a personal email account, and it should not be especially downloaded or stored on a USB drive. Even if it is done, again, it requires the IRB approval, that is, which is must. And what happens if your laptop or a mobile store device is stolen? You have to remote immediately to the help desk or research committee who is concerned with the particular aspect. And what are the consequences to protect a PHI? Intentional disclosure may have, depends on the institution. It may lead to termination of an employee, or unintentional disclosure you might have warning regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dantis. You will describe nicely how to use medical records in research purpose. So, any query regarding any questions to the house? Dr. Dantis, you can come. So next. Thank you. Next, I'll hand over to Dr. Jindal, my colleague, next speaker.
So, thank you, Dr. Barasa. So our next speaker. Okay. So we have come to the conclusion of this session on health technologies and use of medical records for research purposes. So if there are any questions for Dr. Dantis, we can have, otherwise we conclude with the session. There are none. So thank you very much.
I request all the speakers and dignitaries to remain on the stage as we proceed forward for the felicitation program. So please. Yes, sir. We extend our gratitude to the respected chairpersons and speakers for the smooth conduct of this plenary session. I'd like to invite Dr. Ajay Behra, Additional Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine and DB, Aiims Raipur, to present a memento to Dr. Ved Prakash Yadav, National Professional Officer, WHO Country Office, India, who is receiving this on behalf of Ms. Ruchita Raj Bhandari, Technical Officer for Data Analytics and Delivery at the World Health Organization Regional Office. May I request, sir, please, to kindly receive it. Next, I would request Dr. Atul Jindal, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur, to felicitate Dr. Klein Dantis, Assistant Professor, Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery, Aiims Raipur, with a memento. I request Dr. Klein Dantis to please receive the memento. Sir, please. Now may I take the opportunity to invite upon the dais Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit, Head of the Department Internal Medicine, Aiims Raipur, to felicitate our esteemed chairpersons. I'd like to invite Dr. Ajay Behra, Additional Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Aiims Raipur, to kindly receive this small token of appreciation. Sir, please. I'd also request Dr. Atul Jindal, Additional Professor, Department of Pediatrics, Aiims Raipur, to receive his memento. Please receive this, sir. I once again thank all the esteemed chairpersons and speakers for their valuable time and smooth conduct of this session. Thank you all.
We are moving to the last session of this MEDRECON 2022. So I call upon Dr. Yankanath T, Assistant Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Aiims Raipur, and Dr. Vikram, Associate Professor, Department of Orthopedics, to chair this session. Please, sir.
Hello, everyone. So I'd like to welcome you all to the next session. The session is by K.S. Muruga Priyan, BA, BRMSc. He is presently Senior Medical Records Officer at MEAPIMS, Melamarthavur, Chengalput, Tamil Nadu. And his topic will be on medical records and health information management. Please welcome, sir.
Previous. This is the shrine we used to worship in the Adi Parasakti hospital. This is the emblem. Next. This is the hospital. The BMRC course. The BMRC course is being taught in MAPIMS, that is Melmarvattur Adi Parasakti Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. The BMRC course is affiliated to Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Gindi. MAPISM is a teaching medical institution offering courses in MBBS, BDS, BPharm, physiotherapy, nursing, and PG courses, and a host of 10 paramedical courses. Around 20 education institutions are run by the Adi Parasakti Trust in various places nearby. It is situated 100 kilometers south of Chennai city in Tamil Nadu. It is a sprawling institution, wide, vast, and eco-friendly, and among all discipline, standard of education is read uppermost. Ragging and cell phone usage is prohibited. I am going to talk about the medical records and health information management, sir. I will go down the memory lane and speak something about the past medicine, how it was developed, etc. I will commence my speech by taking you back in time and tracing the growth of medical science. Growth of medical science from the past to the present. Medicine began as an art, and over the centuries gradually evolved into a science, many times overshadowing the humanities in prehistoric times. Medicine was intermingled with superstition, religion, magic, and witchcraft. Since then, dating back to 3000 BC, traditional medicinal systems such as Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, as practiced in India and Egypt and China and Korean medicine Korean medicine became the world's first organized body of medical knowledge. The other great reservoir of medical knowledge during the early Middle Ages was provided by the Arabs. Christianity exerted its influence on the establishment of the so-called medieval hospitals. The first hospital on record in England was built in York in 937 AD. I will come. Global The writings of several historians on the development of medicine and public health indicates very clearly the attempts that were made to overcome the diseases and preserve health even in prehistoric times. The period following 1500 AD was the dawn of pre-scientific medicine. Towards the end of the 19th century, advances began to be made in medical science and technology that transformed the activities of hospitals, asepsis, anesthesia, and later in every branch of medical sciences. After the Second World War, the rate of advance in medical sciences accelerated. For many developed countries, this was the period of economic prosperity, allowing sharp increase in healthcare spending. In developing their national nation's health services, newly independent countries followed the Western models of medical education and service. Global conscience was stirred, leading to a new awakening that the health gap between the rich and the poor, within countries and between countries, should be removed. It is considered that the neglected countries of the world's population too has an equal play to healthcare and health protection and promotion. Against this background, the member states of the World Health Organization pledged themselves in 1978 to the social goal of health for all by the 2000 year AD. The function of the hospital is to provide for the population complete health care, both curative and preventive. The hospital is also a center for training of health workers and social research. Medical records forms an integral part of the activities of the patient's treatment. It serves many purposes, starting from medical care to the patient, getting statistics, formulate public health program, etc. etc. Hence, it is to be retained for certain period. Defense of malpractice claims and litigation is one of the more compelling reasons for retaining a record. It is not surprising that a flawless medical record, which shows the proper course of treatment, is the defense's best weapon. Popular view amongst consultants is to keep every record, keep every records, and destroy nothing. They are my notes. No one is allowed to look at them other than me. MRD is a paper industry. Every year, weighing tons of medical records land on the desk. To reduce the load, we have to evolve retention policy, gain consultants' opinion to select case records of clinical value, computerization, and scanning. HIM means providing, collecting, and disseminating healthcare data. Healthcare is done by doctors, nurses, paramedicos, and other various technical persons. Medical record staff, we can say, are health information managers extracting statistics and consolidate data from various departments. Healthcare statistics are sent to various health authorities of the states concerned. Notifiable diseases such as cholera, malaria, dengue, and which are treated in the hospital are taken into account and sent to the corporation municipality. Their objectivity is to control the prevalence of the disease. In the recent years, COVID-19 data and COVID-19 Delta virus and Omicron variant occupied a prominent role in providing treatment in the hospitals. The attention of the healthcare providers is centered around this infection. All other diseases invited less attention during this pandemic. In this extraordinary situation, data given to health authorities helped to plan their strategy. As hospital beds were increased, medical apparatus and other required amenities were provided for recovery. Health information helps solve the legal problem. Health information includes birth and death details being sent to the municipal authorities within 27 days of its occurrence. These details are mandatory, and vital death details are contained the cause of death of adult children, which are analyzed by them. Maternal mortality details are also scrutinized and inquired into. I would like to conclude that over 2,100 years ago, Gautama Buddha in India knelt beside a sick monk ridden with festering sore, shunned by his fellows, and tenderly and carefully nursed his wounds. He exhorted his followers to look after the sick and gave pride of place to good health by saying Arogya Paramalabha, which means health is the great acquisition. I am highlighting this example to underline the crucial role played in nurturing the trait of caring for the sick and to trace the path that led to the parallel movement of promotion and protection of health. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your lecture, sir. And Arogya Paramalabha, health indeed is a great acquisition. And thank you for taking us through the memory lane of health developments. And you also told us the best records are the best defense of treating physicians. We do agree with the same, sir. We try to keep up with your lecture. Thank you very much. And now the house is open for discussion. And if there are no questions from the audiences, we'll move to our next lecture.
May I call upon the next speaker? The launch speaker is Dr. Sundarajan Jagannathan. He is the Medical Record Manager and Vice President of HERAI. He has got the Best Medical Records Manager Award from the Apollo Hospital, Chennai, and for Ministry of Health, Muscat and Oman. He got the Best Appreciation Award from the UNICEF from Oman, with the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Health Record Association of India. Please, sir, give your evaluation.
Good afternoon to anybody. My name is Jagannathan. Actually, I have taken first slide. First. Inaccurate case study records are the second most commonly cited deficiency in inspection of clinical investigator sites. Actually, I have taken for medical records in clinical research. Source documentation issued ranked 5th among the to finding to European Medicines Agency EMA inspections of investigator sites in 2009, and in some instances, findings were classified. During the audit opening meeting, we were informed that all the source data is on the paper. The example illustrates a common occurrence. What is the purpose of source documentation? Running. It is completely running, you know. Without reading, it is fine. Without making a slide. But it is going, okay. See? Principles of good documentation practice. So, what does it mean? Hello? It is running. Principles of good documentation practice. So what does it mean when say good documentation, and how do we practice? Any basic training in clinical research will definitely include these phrases. What is not documented is not done. Document what is done as well as what is not done. Roots of good documentation principles are in the international harmonization and good clinical practice GCP, where source data and source document is first defined. International harmonization of source data. All information in original records and certified copies of original records of clinical findings, observations, or other activities in a clinical trial necessary for the reconstruction and evaluation of the trial. Source data are contained in source documents, original records, or certified copies. These words are described some inherent qualities of source data. All information in original records and certified copies of original records of clinical findings, observations, and other activities in a clinical trial necessary for the reconstruction and evaluation of the trial. Source data are contained in source documents, original records, or certified copies. International harmonization of source documents. Attribution, logic, legible. Without reading it. No, only one only. I want. Let us look at this attribute. Describe different authorities collectively. Attributable. It should be clear who has documented the data. Legible, readable, and signature identifiable. Contemporaneous. The information should be documented in the correct time frame along with the flow of events. If a clinical observation cannot be entered when made, chronology should be recorded. Acceptable amount of delay should be defined and justified. Original. If not original, should be take exact copy. The first record made by the appropriate person. The investigator should have the original source document. Accurate, consistent, and real representation of facts. Enduring, long-lasting, and durable. Available and accessible. Easily available for review of treating physicians and during audits and inspections. The documents should be retrievable and in reasonable time. Complete till that point in time. Consistent, demonstrate the required attributes consistently. Common findings with respect of respect to source documentation. Failure to maintain adequate and accurate case registries that record all observations and other data pertinent to the investigation on each individual administered and investigation drug and employed as a control in the investigation is cited in 6 out of 10 warning letters issued by 2 clinical investigators in 2010. At one investigator site, source documents were not available because the computer crashed. So in the absence of availability, adequacy of the records could not be evaluated. The investigator was warned for failure to retain records required to be maintained for the required time frame for regulation. I would like to highlight some of the findings from the warning letters in details. All the items in the exclusion criteria checklist are checked. Checklist except for the exclusion criterion related history. Multiple records are summed for same data points, making it unable to determine which serve as the accurate source data. For example, multiple versions of visual analog scales completed for same visit with different values. Missing pages from subject interview scales, numerous unexplained corrections months after the initial entries. Incorrect, incomplete documentation regarding disposition of drug dates, quantity, and use by subjects. What are the possible root causes for repeated deficiencies in source documentation? Clinical research documentation involves a variety of documents from various sources and is often completed by several people, thus rendering this process to be complicated and posing challenges to meet requirements. Moreover, clinical research happens over a long period of time, which adds to the challenge of maintaining continuity in the documented practice. In study coordinator, PI work with the various sponsors, CROs at time. These different sponsors, CRO communicable different levels of expectations regarding source documentation. If the site is not experienced enough and they do not have a standard procedure to follow, they may get confused and variations in guidance they receive. This may negatively impact the quality of data. How can the documentation be improved? Based on the various causes noted above, I would like to offer some suggestions to improve the quality of source documentation and sites. Project inspector should delegate responsibility to staff adequately trained to protocol and GCP. Particular training should be provided on Alosia and other good documentation practice requirements. Medical decision should be delegated to medically qualified staff. Training of site staff should be repeated and defined frequency. New hires should be adequately trained before trial participation. Principal investigator should commit for involvement and supervision throughout the entire duration of the study. There should be an agreed and documented procedure for PI to ensure supervision of the study by meeting with the staff, monitors, review of documentation, timely resolution of medical, ethical, good clinical research practice issues. The PI or designed sub-investigators should validate the medical data. The PI should also supervise the work of site management office, staff, and extend facilities issues. In case there are performance issues with SMO staff or external facility, PA should immediately inform the supervisor as well as sponsor. Site should develop the siting operations. Sponsor CRO plays an important role in ensuring quality of source documentation. Sponsor CRO should ensure PI's commitment and involvement. Informed consent process ensures the individual's autonomy to voluntarily participate in trial. This process comprises of 3 components, which are providing relevant and necessary information about the trial to the participants, ensuring that this information is understood, comprehended by them, assuring their voluntary participation. Information that is to be provided to participants for a regulatory clinical trial must be approved by ethics committee and furnished to the licensing authority, Central Drug Standard Control Organization. Central Drug Standard Control Organization. For academic trials, only the executive committee approval is required. These approvals must be sought before the initiation of the trial. The documents that must be submitted to the ethics committee and or participant information sheet, informed form,
Sorry, sir.
accent
interruption.
form,
Can you summarize, sir?
translations. Yeah. The investigator should also retain these documents should be appropriately archived after the completion of the trial. For pediatric population, if the trial is planned for a pediatric population, then the consent from the guardian must be obtained. The ICF should include consent form if the participant is aged between 7 and 18 years. Consent form explain the proposed trial for a simple language, which ensure that child understand the request to voluntarily participate in the trial. The child's agreement to participate in the trial is referred to as consent. Biological samples. This proposed trial involves storage of samples and the tissues for future reference, then consent for storage must be taken and documented. This ICF must provide details of sample type and that will be stored, storage method and storage. It should also retrievable confidentiality and is disposable, unusable sample. The end of the proposal of the storage. The ICF should also state that the participant is owner of their samples and that the principal investigator is the custodian of these samples. The participant should also be asked whether they would like to receive the result. Conclusion, source documentation should demonstrate the aloca. It stands for attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate, complete, consistent, enduring, and available, and other attributes as described as regulatory authorities and GGP, good clinical research practice, source documentation related findings are the most commonly cited during inspections and audits. PI's commitment and involvement in the trial makes a huge difference. Efforts to train sites, understand the site's practice, rights from the pre-study visit, and continuous monitoring and training would definitely help in improving and maintaining the quality of site source documentation practices. Ultimately, the source document should speak for itself. It should narrate the medical journey of the patient, and it happened to an independent observer, an auditor or inspector, and thus form strong foundation for good clinical research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation. So the documents should be what it is done and what is not done. It should be attributable, legible, and complete. Thank you, sir. May I call upon the next learned speaker, Mr. Y. Eben Jaya Roy. He is the manager of the medical record department at JIPMER, Pondicherry. Yes. Now he is working as the Joint Secretary of FERI in Government of India.
My name is Eben Jaya. I'm a medical record global assistant, health assistant, global record consultant in the national level. I'm the member of the AHIMA and IFHRM and IHRM also. But Kalesis was my student in JIPMER. At that time also, he was very courageous man. So many challenges came from this conference and he conducted nicely. Today is a very blessing day. Medical record is a management of tool and administration. Actually, I mingled in the management. At the same time, what is the benefit of the medical records and how to coordinate in the administration base, I mentioned something. Anyway, time is very short. That's the way I am maintaining the time setup also. Medical records management. One is in secure all medical records after the patient discharge. arrange the pages on medical records in order, inspect the medical records and note deficiencies, abstract information from the records for statistical purpose, route incomplete medical records, route complete medical records, secure completion and correction of medical records, code of diseases and operations mentioned on the records, file medical records. A good medical record practitioner must analyze the procedures, delicate duties, supervise personnel and instill into them and enthusiasm for their work and keep the department abreast of times. Planning, organizing, controlling and activating the milestone in medical records. Actually, medical records, we maintain the well-written procedures with step-by-step detail, flow process charting. Each step of procedure is written on a chart, classified and analyzed. Job description, specific the job title, routine task, hours of duty, salary, working conditions and lines of promotion, etc. Policies requires interpretation. We promote whenever possible. Rules is an explicit statement. A standard is the criterion against which performance can be compared. Healthy department layout to promote efficiencies. Bible on words is there. Be diligent to present yourself approved to God, a worker who does not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of the truth. Actually, I just mingled in the administration also. That's why I'm coming the touching of the subject in the administration. Preparation, position your talent. Achievement follows preparation. Talents wants to jump into action, but preparation, position, talent to be highly effective. Talent plus preparation often lead to success. Talent minus preparation often leads to disaster. Talent will frequently provide you with an opportunity for success, but preparation is essential to actual achievement of success. Talent may get you a spot of the starting line, but preparation is necessary for you to reach the finishing line. Why do leaders fail to prepare? There are several reasons. They fail to see the value of preparation before action. They fail to appreciate the value of discipline. They are unwilling to invest the time and work required to prepare. Preparation principles. Preparation allows you to tap into your talent. Preparation is a process, not an event. Preparation precedes opportunity. Preparation for tomorrow begins with the right use of today. Preparation requires continually good perspective. Good preparation lead to action. Remember, leadership develops daily, not in a day. If you are preparing today, you will not be repairing tomorrow. 3 keys of preparation. Good preparation always begin with assessment. What is my goal? What will cost in time, effort, the resources to get there? What obstacles am I likely to face? What are my personal limitations? Second, good preparation requires alignment. What is the use of climbing the ladder of success only to find that it is leaning against the wrong building? What is your God-given purpose in your life? Preparation requires a right attitude. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in what you are doing? Do you believe God will empower you? Practice enables development. If you desire to grow and improve, you must practice. Practice demands discipline. the harder your work, the harder it becomes to surrender. Yesterday, I inquired the director, 2012 joined, and now this institution is going on. What a wonderful development. Morning 9 o'clock, he was there in the office, and night 11 o'clock only go home, and he told one staff. That's a hard work. All India Institute of Medical Science, Raipur is growing now, and what a wonderful conference is going on in the pandemic time, and so many times postponed. And Kalais took the leadership and did marvelous effects, and director also gave full cooperation based. Now is in the standing line. Today is a very success day. 2021 missed, at the same time 2022 postponed. On date is in February, that also postponed. Now given the date, we are gathered in this place. Practice leads to discovery. This is a discovery process. If you commit yourself to practice, here are few things you are likely to learn. Practice shows and builds commitment. Your performance can always be improved. You must be willing to start with small things. Very small improvement, consistently practice will produce major results. Practice requires time and hard work. Communication very important. Time to time I talked to Kalais, immediately responded. That's one of the major empowerment in my life. Dr. Mughali sir was my role model. Jagannathan sir was my founder of the institution. He gave the initiate way. Leadership development and administration is going on in the right track. Last 5 elements of the practice that sharpens our talent. An excellent teacher or coach, you must effort, a clear purpose, high goals, the right resources. Remember, there is no use whatever trying to help people who do not help themselves. You cannot push anyone up step ladder unless he is willing to make the climb. Conclusion. Administration means be honest, be accurate, be appreciate, and be concise and professional. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation. Your student, Mr. Kaleshwar, has made our MRD department into a international standard department. We all appreciate it. And your descriptions and quotation regarding preparation and talent was very awesome. Thank you, sir. May I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Aman Raj Gupta. Dr. Aman Raj Gupta is a guest faculty in Government Certificate Professional Course in Hospital Management organized by IDMI. He worked as a visiting faculty in number of reputed hospitals, India and abroad. He is the TIS Executive Member and Placement Committee, IIPS Class Representative Health Secretary, CRSR, CDSR Class Representative.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Is it working? Yes. At the outset, I would like to thank this organizing committee for having me here. I think I am the youngest one here. So I believe that, Roy sir just mentioned one thing, that there is something called God-given purpose in life. And I believe that I have realized that God-given purpose, sir. And that's why I'm here also. I am very blessed, God blessed with the communication. So at the outset, I would request you to kindly just give me 10 minutes of your life here, the next 10 minutes. I'm quite sure that, we all are going to clear a lot of doubts regarding the consent in patient care. So what is consent? I'll not go into the definitions and all, because I don't believe in learning the definitions. I just believe that, let's talk very practically. So the consent should be informed and legally valid. So the next question that comes to my mind is that what is informed? So there is something which is misinformed also? No, there is something which is called real consent also. Then what is real consent? Real consent is a diluted form of informed consent. Then what is informed consent? So informed consent, when we're talking of informed consent, we're talking of consent where our doctor explains the patient each and everything about the disease and the treatment and whatever it is. Fine. Then what is real consent? Real consent is a diluted form of it. And Indian Supreme Court says that real consent is admissible in the court of law. If a doctor takes an informed consent, that's fine. But the Supreme Court is looking forward to only real consent. Legally valid. What do we mean by legally valid? Legally valid means that the person whom we are obtaining the consent should understand what the disease is all about. What is it? How does does the person has the capacity to understand? He has the is the person what I would say competent to understand? Is the legal heir or the concerned person, or is more than 18 years? All these are the components of that consent that makes them legally valid. Moving on to the next part, denied consent. There are some patients, we have several times we have seen that. There's several patients who initially agrees to one thing that is called, they don't want to continue the treatment. And doctor says, okay, fine, no problem. But in this context, we have to take one thing into consideration. Whatever patient denies or even the attendant denies for the patient, we have to record it. We have to record it. I think in the earlier presentations, we have learned this. Do what you document what you do. So we have to record this denied consent also. That मुझे मेरे मरीज के बारे में बता दिया गया है, ट्रीटमेंट ना कंटिन्यू करने के बारे में भी बता दिया गया है, उससे उत्पन्न होने वाले कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस को भी बता दिया गया है, मुझको डॉक्टर ने मेरी भाषा में ही समझा दिया गया है. That's how we are going to take the consent from the attendant or the patient. It is always preferable to obtain the consent in the form of, in their own handwriting. It is always preferable, because in a recent one of the consumer forum, which has said that pre-printed consent forms is an unfair trade practice. There is something called precedence in the court of law. What do you mean by precedence? एक कोई केस हुआ पुराना, उसमें कोई जजमेंट आ गया, वो जजमेंट को हमेशा जो कोर्ट है उसको प्रेसिडेंस समझ के लेके रखता है. So that is what the precedence is. So now when one of the courts said one thing, that pre-printed consent form is unfair trade practice. So if you're talking of that unfair trade practice, so that means we should always encourage to obtain consent in the patient's own handwriting. The ideal consent, what should be the ideal consent? Simple, uski bhasha mein hona chahiye, written. So just wanted to let you know one more thing, that in the court of law, oral consents are also admissible. Oral consents are also admissible. But the problem with the oral consent is the ability to prove it. How would we prove it? That whether you have given the consent to undergo a surgery, but oral consents are admissible in the court of law. So that's why it is preferable to have it written in the simple language, whatever the vernacular language, whatever language the patient understands. Duly signed with date, time by the patients and the relatives. This is one of the major mistakes that the doctors usually do. I've seen that they do not sign it. If they do sign it, they do not put it a time. In fact, we have seen this several times that the doctor, what it does, at 9 a.m. he has seen the patient. In every file, it is written as 9 a.m., 9 a.m., 9 a.m. That means patient A, B, C, all were seen at a time 9 a.m. because the documentation were like, it was easier for the doctor to write it at 9 a.m. Right? Well timed. Well timed means you should give them enough time to make the conscious decision whether they want to take that treatment or not. So that should be well timed. If you should not hurry it up, jaldi karao, abhi sign karo. No, that should not be the scenario. Give them a proper time if it is an elective surgery. But this particular doesn't hold true for the emergency services. In emergency condition. Now we will see that how emergency consent is obtained in an emergency. Okay. Now reasonably detailed. The consent should be reasonably detailed. What should we have in this consent? The diagnosis, the available alternative modes of treatment. Very important. The nature of procedure, anesthesia, risk, and probability of complication. This is one of the most important things. Apart from that, surgery consent should be different from anesthesia consent. We should be taking that particular thing into consideration. In fact, there is a very famous case. Yesterday someone was mentioning about Dr. Prabha Manchanda versus Samara Kohli case, where it has been clearly given by the Supreme Court of India that a consent obtained from diagnostic procedure cannot be used for operative procedure. A consent obtained for operative procedure should not be used for therapeutic procedure, whatever it is. जिसका जो consent है, जिस चीज के लिए है, सिर्फ उतना ही काम करना है. But again, there is a catch into it. We'll discuss that. What is going to be the effect on the quality of life? Supposedly, a treatment involves a drug A, and drug A leads to alopecia. And I have a good personality. I don't want the alopecia to be there. मैं गंजा हो जाऊंगा तो I won't look good. Fine. तो ये मुझे बताना पड़ेगा. I have to explain that particular treatment that you're going to have. There might be a possibility that you might encounter this alopecia. Any advanced medical directive. Supposedly the patient is undergoes anesthesia, and there's a probability that the patient might go into PVS, permanent vegetative state, like in the Aruna Shanbhag case. So, we can take that in case of any such things. So if the patient themselves gives that, okay, so do not put me on PVS, I want to discontinue the life, whatever it is. So this can be one thing, can be involved in the consent. Okay, the most important part. Intraoperatively, if a patient undergoes any intraoperative procedure, intraoperatively the doctor realizes there is something extra is there and we need to take it into consideration, and can be done, and it can actually help the patient in a later stages. So in a good consent, we should have that particular point, that is who to authorize, like the father of the patient, the mother of the patient, the spouse of the patient, the son of the patient, the daughter of the patient. The patient himself will authorize in the consent that in case anything emerges intraoperatively, what should be done, whom the person you should contact, and what kind of things they can give. Fine. Okay. The components of a consent. Disclosure. सब कुछ बताना है. Capacity. क्या patient समझ जो भी उसको consent दे रहा है, anyone who is giving the consent have the ability to understand this consent. Voluntariness. I hope the the consent is not obtained putting a gun on your head. So it's from the free will, no coercion is there. This is a very important point. Before undergoing any sterility operation, the consent of the spouse is must, because a lot of divorce cases can be filed by the patient or by the spouse of the patient. Because of this, it is a valid ground for divorce, sterility. So if a patient undergoes sterility, the consent of spouse is must. First, a consent should be voluntary, unbiased, given by the patient with free will. I told you that. Secondly, it should be informed. Yes, the patient or the subject prior to the consent should be well informed in detail about the procedure, associated benefits, risks, complications, alternative treatment options. I think we have already discussed that. Last but not least, the patient should be in a capacity, physically and mentally, to give the consent for the treatment or the procedure. There are two words: capability and capacity. Capability. I may be capable, but don't have the capacity. Capacity means ability to understand the consent. Capability means whether I am the legal heir of that person to give the consent or not. So that these are two words: capability and capacity. There are two kinds of consents: implied and express consent. Who have taken? Okay. So implied consent and express consent. When a patient enters into the cardiology clinic, so it is implied that the doctor will auscultate the chest. But in the context of express consent, it is always written in the format. So in this particular scenario, we should always take the express consent. We should not look forward to the implied consent. There are many implied consents. In gynecological examination, it can be a real nightmare for the doctor if a female doctor is not doing, or the nurse is not attending that, and there are several things there. So it's always better to obtain the express consent rather than obtaining or taking a implied consent. Okay, this is I call panacea. Like this is the just play of words, because there are several cases I have read where at the end the doctor, the patient and the relative says, हमें तो बताया ही नहीं था, अगर हम बताते तो हम कराते ही नहीं, हमें तो कुछ बताया नहीं था, डॉक्टर ने बताया नहीं. तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम भी थोड़ा स्मार्ट प्ले करते हैं, और we will put this thing in the consent itself. Do you have any questions? So the patient is going to write, no, I don't have any questions. If he has any question, तो क्या कर सकते हैं, वो लिख सकते हैं कि सर ये क्वेश्चन है, तो हम दोबारा उनसे कंसेंट ले लेंगे. At the end he will write it, no, I don't have any questions. तो जब वो no, I don't have any questions हो गया, तो बाद में कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ में वो जाके कुछ ज्यादा दिक्कत कर नहीं पाएगा. ये भी लिख देंगे उसके अंदर, अदर पॉसिबल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैज आल्सो बीन एक्सप्लेन्ड. उसी के हाथ से लिखवा लेंगे. एक लाइन लास्ट में, अगर प्री प्रिंटेड फॉर्मेट है तो कोई बात नहीं, हम उसे एक एक्स्ट्रा लाइन में लिखवा लेंगे. बट हमें कोशिश करनी है कि ये जो नो आई डोंट हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस, ये वी शुड ऑब्टेन इट इन राइटिंग फ्रॉम द पेशेंट. ब्लैंकेट कंसेंट सभी चीजों के लिए, कि इंजेक्शन लगाना है, ये देना है, वो देना है, छोटे छोटे कंसेंट्स के लिए लेके. ओके, so this is the apex court judgment. This is a very important judgment. I think everyone, डायग्नोस्टिक प्रोसीजर का कंसेंट थेरेपेटिक में नहीं चलेगा, थेरेपेटिक का कंसेंट मेडिकल में नहीं चले, सर्जरी में, सॉरी, डायग्नोस्टिक का सर्जरी में, सर्जरी का मेडिसिन में, मेडिसिन का रेडिएशन में, किसी में नहीं चलेगा, सबका अलग होना चाहिए. बट इन केस ऑफ इमरजेंसी, सपोजली इंट्राऑपरेटिवली पेशेंट को देखा, उसका हमने करना था, हमें यूट्रस रिमूव करना था. We realized that okay, there are some appendix things also there, and supposedly it is a life-threatening situation. If it was not done at that point of time, supposedly, if it was not done at that point of time immediately, so what will happen? The patient might die. In that context, Supreme Court has given this right to the doctor to do whatever is necessary to preserve the life of the patient. It's very simple. He should not wait for the consent, but it should be there that it is well documented that this particular procedure is life-saving, और इससे पेशेंट की जान बचती, इसलिए हमने किया था. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट बन जाता है इसमें. एक चीज और है कि विल अंडरस्टैंड दिस कंसेंट. ऑपरेटिवली में खोल के देखा, हम यूट्रस रिमूव कर रहे हैं, अपेंडिक्स भी दिख रहा है हमको साथ में, पर ये सपोजली अपेंडिक्स की सर्जरी करना है, नॉट अ इमरजेंसी प्रोसीजर. उन्होंने सोचा कि नेक्स्ट टाइम बच जाएगा, थोड़ा सा पेशेंट के पैसे बच जाएंगे, ठीक है. That cannot be done. Then in that situation, that cannot be done. Suppose a patient landed in the emergency or uske paas is an unconscious state. What needs to be done? So we should first go to the substitute decision maker, जो भी उसके साथ में आया है, वो भी नहीं है. So what should be done? Doctor can do whatever to be done to preserve the life of the patient in this context, but the doctor eventually, agar wo case ho jata hai, eventually has to prove that in the circumstances he was in that particular situation, supposedly हम उसकी एक amputation कर देते हैं. Amputation was the only procedure that could have saved his life. अगर ऐसा होता है तो हम ये without consent भी कर सकते हैं, but ये बात documented होनी चाहिए बुक में, कहीं किसी बुक में लिखी होनी चाहिए, बेल एंड लव में लिखी होनी चाहिए, कहीं पे लिखा होना चाहिए, इसके बारे में डिटेल्स होनी चाहिए. So that's how this right has been given to the doctor. There should be imminent threat. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि 2 घंटे मतलब कि भाई 2 दिन बाद में इसको ये दिक्कत हो जाती, नहीं, हमें उसके कॉन्शियस में आने का वेट करना चाहिए. उसमें limited only those steps should be done which are necessary to prevent the imminent threat. अगर amputation से काम चले तो ये नहीं कि दूसरी भी टांग काट दो, ऐसा नहीं कि बाद में अच्छा होगा, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. Consent for the extended treatment. Sometimes during an operation, it becomes essential to extend the surgery in the interest of the patient. It should be explained prior to whatever is done.
Excuse me, Dr. Raman, please summarize.
Just one slide, sir. If this is important to carry out at a particular moment, substitute decision maker should be informed and validated of the urgency. I think this has already been discussed. Keep evidence records, circumstances, arranging a second medical opinion. Okay, this is the last slide. I think entirely unrelated surgery should be undertaken unless it is essential to save the life of the patient. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your detailed lecture. And particularly of interest was denied consent, which you usually look upon very lightly. And the other thing which was new for us was an intraoperative authorizing in a person, which is commonly done in Western countries, but we should try to follow it in our institute too. Thank you very much.
I thank the chairpersons and the speakers of the session for the successful conduction of the plenary section. Now I request our chairpersons to felicitate the speakers. I request Dr. Ranganathan T. Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Aiims Raipur, to felicitate Mr. K.S. Murugapiran, Sir. He is a Senior Medical Record Officer, MAPIMS, Melmaruvathur, DT Tamil Nadu. I request Mr. K.S. Murugapiran, Sir, to receive the memento. Please, sir. I request Dr. Ranganath, sir, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sundarajan Jagannathan. I request Mr. Sundarajan Jagannathan, sir, to receive the memento. Sir, please. Now I request our chairperson, Dr. Bikram Kesarikar, Associate Professor, Department of Orthopedics, Aiims Raipur, to present a memento to Mr. Y. Ibn Jaya Roy, sir, retired medical record officer, JIPMER, and Joint Secretary of HIRAI. I request Dr. Bikram, sir, to receive the memento. Now I request Dr. Sukanya Imor, ICMR Head, Bangalore, to felicitate our chairpersons. I also request Bikram Kesari, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Aman Raj Gupta, sir. Sir, please. Now I request Dr. Sukanya Emor, ICMR Head, Bangalore, to felicitate our chairpersons. I request ma'am to felicitate Dr. Ranganath, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
I once again congratulate all these esteemed chairpersons and speakers for the wonderful conduct of this plenary session. Thank you very much.
Good evening to all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, delegates from different disciplines, faculties, officers, and staffs of Aiims Raipur. So we are coming to the end of 2 days of MEDRECON 2022. I am sure that it has truly been an honor to meet and learn from so many bright minds from all over the world, from different disciplines and expertise. Aiims Raipur is really feeling proud for hosting MEDRECON 2022 with a successful collaboration with WHO and HIRE. It was very exciting to see getting together to learn, exchange from peers and leaders, and Aiims Raipur community is really happy to be a platform for this. I welcome our respected director, sir, Professor Dr. Nitinam Nagarkar, sir, Aiims Raipur, to the dais for the concluding session. I request Mr. Suresh Kalatan, sir, President, HIRE, to join us. I request Mr. Ved Prakash, sir, WHO representative, to come over the stage. I request Dr. Sukanya Imor, ICMR, Bangalore. Ma'am, please on the stage. And even need proper planning and work. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a very motivated and dedicated team. I request our Honorable Director, sir, Professor Dr. Nitinam Nagarkar, to present the memento to few of our organizing team members. Please, sir. I request Mrs. Ritika, Nursing Tutor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to come over and receive the memento. I request Solomon sir to take the memento on behalf of Ms. Ritika. I request Dr. Solomon James, Nursing Tutor, College of Nursing, Aiims Raipur, to receive the memento. I request Mr. Chandraban Pradhan, IT Department, to receive the memento as a token of our gratitude. Please. Mr. Chandraban Pradhan. Anyone on behalf of Mr. Chandraban Pradhan can receive the memento. I invite Mr. Saurabh, MSSO, to receive the memento. I request Mr. Then Gupta, BME, to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. Suresh Carleton. Thank you, sir. I invite Mr. Suresh Carleton, sir, President Hirai, to present the memento. I request Mrs. Prema, MRD Department, to come forward to receive the memento. I request Mr. Ravi Ranjan, MRD Department, to receive the memento. I request Mr. Shubham, JA, to come over the stage. I request Mr. Ankit to come over the stage. Mr. Ankit. I invite Mr. Shailendra. Mr. Shailendra to come over the stage. I request Rupali to come over the stage. I request Mr. Harish Meena, nursing tutor, to receive the memento. I request Mr. Kalleshwar sir to receive on behalf of Harish Meena. I request Mr. Sohan, second year MBBS student, to receive the memento. I request Ms. Purvi Rawat, second year MBBS student, to come and receive the memento. I invite Ms. Ramya Yadav, second year MBBS student, to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Ved Prakash, sir, WHO representative, to give out the memento. I request Mr. Purushottam to come over the stage. I invite Ms. Preeti to come over the stage. I request Mr. Evindra to come over the stage. I request Preeti to come on the stage. Swati, Miss Swati, please come on the stage. Request Monica to come on the stage. I request Mr. Ravindran. Please come on the stage, sir. He is having 30 years of experience in MRD department. Sir, please receive our memento. I request Mr. Rajendra Singh, nursing tutor, Aiims Raipur, to receive the memento. I request Solomon sir to receive on behalf of Rajendra sir. I request Miss Amisha, Miss Feba, and Miss Alphonse to come over the stage to receive the memento. Miss Feba, Miss Alphonse, and Miss Amisha to come over the stage to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sukanya ma'am to present the memento. Miss Feba, 4th year BSc Honors Nursing student. Miss Alphonse, 4th year BSc Honors Nursing student. Miss Amisha, 4th year BSc Honors Nursing student. I request any of the nursing students to receive in on behalf of Amisha. I request Preeti to come on the stage to receive the memento. I request Mr. Shivanand to come on the stage to receive the memento. Thank you, the organizing team. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, Director, Aiims Raipur, to address the gathering. Sir is a pillar of strength for our institute. You have motivated us all by being an example of leadership. We continue to get inspired and march ahead under your able leadership. Sir was a constant support and encouragement for the success of MEDRECON 2020. I welcome Sir to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. All the respected dignitaries on the dais, all the seniors as well as the juniors, my dear friends, colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me for this valedictory function, which now this two-day wonderful conference comes and draws to a close. I think it has brought together so many people from diverse backgrounds on one platform here in Aiims Raipur. And Mr. Kaleshwara and his entire team, they really deserve an ovation for that. What you must have seen through these last 2 days and the interaction which in a run up to the conference, almost now 2 years, is his continuous dedication. The fact that he wanted that this particular conference, MEDRECON, should be conducted over here in Aiims Raipur. So I thank God Almighty that finally it was to happen. And with all the hard work of everybody and the seniors, especially from the field, I was able to catch up with so many luminaries after a long time. I think we all go back enriched. And there's so much of learning for all of us, especially after these deliberations. We forge new bonds and friendships, which I'm sure will always stand the test of time. I recollect mine, this relationship which started more than 2 decades ago. We've got so many stalwarts over here with almost 5 to 6 decades of experience in this field. And I'm sure that the youngsters have really learned a lot from this. Whenever we are planning something, there's so much of excitement. But whenever we part, there is always a tinge of sadness and sorrow. But with always a hope that these bonds will continue and there'll be more to look forward to. We take back home so many things we learned and applied to our daily lives and enrich the condition of our patients and the public. And I'm sure that we'll meet again. So thanks very much for coming here. God bless all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Kaleshwara IT, the Head of Department of Medical Records, Organizing Chairperson of MEDRECON 2022, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. I request Mr. Suresh Carlton, sir, the President of HERE, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think the day has come to conclude. 2 days we have refreshed ourselves with mind, soul, and including good food. On behalf of HERE, on behalf of all the delegates, I want to give a big applause to the organizing team for a wonderful conference. May we all stand and give a big applause, please. हम सब खड़े होकर उनका अभिवादन करें. बहुत अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है. And let me tell you, we are in association for last 23 years. This is the first time that we had a speakers from every corner. Maybe from WHO, maybe from CBHI, maybe from National Health Authority, and as well as people belonging to medical records. This was a wonderful conference, and I extend my thanks to Dr. Nagarkar for his wonderful leadership, that Mr. Kaleshwar can do such a wonderful job. Please sit down. I thought that I will discontinue my journey here, but doesn't seem that I will be discontinuing my journey here. I'll have to still go with it because we couldn't have our general body meeting. So next year conference is being planned, not yet decided where we will have. I have 2 places in my mind. First is Jaipur in Rajasthan,
or Bangalore in Karnataka. We will let you know, but I can give you the dates would be February 10th and 11th, 2023. February 10th and 11th, 2023. We usually have our MEDRECON in second week of February or first week, because third week will be Mahashivratri. So we will have, we will not be having but this is a plan. We will decide in our meeting when we meet in the board. We are going to meet very soon. And I need same cooperation of everyone for the forthcoming conference. We have had already been suffered a lot during the pandemic. We need to gear up again, have workshops, initiate a dialogue with the government of India. The new things which are coming requires training for, especially for medical record people, especially the NHA program, the PMJ program, and so on. And special training for ICD-11 coding. So we will take it up, the board will take it up matter with the CBHI, and I have my friend sitting here from Delhi. I will ask them to initiate and arrange our meeting, and we'll go and meet them and we will do something. And let me tell you, we had a wonderful time, wonderful experience, lovely people, all people from all walks of life. We make a real great family. We are a great family. We are not a small family. We are a great family when we all meet together. And may God bless us all. I wish everyone a wonderful journey to return back home, and God bless you all. Thank you very much again.
Now I request Mr. Ved Prakash sir, the WHO representative, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you very much for this wonderful conference. I think it has been marvelous to be here with you all guys. So let me start with thanking the able leadership of Director Aiims, Professor Nitin, and President Health Record Association of India, Suresh Carlton. Without you, it would have been impossible. And it was a wonderful collaboration, and it was the first time that we could organize such a wonderful conference. I would also appreciate Kaleshwar ji, right? When I met him for the first time at the Aiims, and I visited the medical record, section of Aiims Raipur. I think that was our only interaction. And from there, we carried, that interaction into a collaboration. And here we are, we jointly, hosted and contributed and worked together for this wonderful conference, bringing all of us together at a, common platform. And I really appreciate all your team that has worked day in and day out. Yeah. So it's not easy to organize a conference of such a scale. We had offline, online participation, and Kaleshwarji told me that there were close to 700 registration. It's marvelous. It's remarkable. It's unprecedented, I would say. And we had wonderful deliberation for the 2 days, covering different dimension of health record. Let it be how it is generated, the legal aspects, and the outputs that we create from policy perspective, from use, for interventions. We had national, international, and state speakers. And I hope the 2 days deliberation had definitely brought some new learnings and cross learnings. We shared different experiences at all levels. So it was marvelous, and I hope the conference was able to achieve a desired outcome. With these words, I thank you once again. And Raipur is a beautiful city. We had a wonderful time over here, and we go back home with a lot of good memories. And I wish you all a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sukanya Himol, ICMR Bangalore, to address the gathering. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. I have been fortunate to attend for the first time, this MEDRECON. And this speaks volumes of the kind of work all people involved in medical records have done and the linkages we have to build with the medical fraternity. I thank Aiims Raipur director and all your faculty and your team members for this wonderful organization, and the Hirai for this commitment that they are behind each and every individual who comes as a patient, and the whole history gets recorded as a medical record, and the kind of discipline and organization this science is required for explaining to all of us in the different sessions. So I think it's a very beautiful way of bringing in both the medical and the allied health science together. And I wish there'll be many more editions of MEDRECON, and that more and more discussions to happen. And as rightly said, this must have been a pinnacle where we have different government organizations, different perspectives coming in, and we need more work to be done in the coming years. So let's resolve that we will be champions in our own little way when we go back, taking the learnings from this two-day conference, and hope that we meet again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It will be wonderful if we hear from our respected delegates about these 2 days of conference, your experience, what you felt after coming to Aiims Raipur to attend MEDRECON 2022. So I would like to invite any of the delegates to share your experience, please. Mr. Rana, please, sir.
It was very great conference, and definitely I will go meet Dr. Madhuraikar and DGHS about this conference, and point raised by the participants, committee and association, I will meet them, and whatever decision you are taken, we'll implement and try to get for further change of cadre of medical record. Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Kaliswara, for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before moving to the vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Kaleshwara IT to present the memento to the remaining team members. Please, sir. I request Ms. Aradhana to come over the stage. Mr. Hardayal to come over the stage. Mr. Abhishek, please come over the stage. Mr. Toman, please come over the stage. Mr. Sushant and Mr. Sanjeev Soni, please be on the stage. Now I request Mr. Kaleshwara IT, the organizing chairperson of MEDRECON 2022, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good evening, everyone. All my delegates and my friends and my colleagues and all my senior professional and medical records professionals. And my heartfelt thanks to our honorable director, Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, is supporting our national level conference. In my 20 years of experience, dreams come today. We are conducting the first time in the central government institution, we conduct the national level conference. I have heartfelt thanks to our honorable director. And once again, I will be our medical record professional Irai Suresh Kaltun sir, and also maximum support to WHO team leader Dr. Ved Prakash sir, and also Dr. Sugarna madam from the ICMR, and also I'm not what I speak the conference because first time I will be in the stage. I will be the first time after 20 years of our dream comes today. The conference is grand success. I cannot imagine today. I really appreciate the conference successful. All credits goes to the our director. All directors and whole team of medical records and our medical records team of and our MRD medical records team, and also first of thanks to the nursing college principal Binu Matthew madam supporting the maximum, and special thanks to the all our nursing students, especially Roshini madam, and my heartful, my dearest and nearest friend Saurabh Kumar, and also Purushottam Gupta is, and my heartful thanks to Shivananji because he is always every time call up 12 o'clock. Sir, I want to appointment from director, sir. Kindly permit to appointment. I want to conduct the conference. And also whole team of our Aims, and also especially thank for Rangana sir and the Swapnil Akade sir, and also our FMT HOD Krishna Chowli sir also is supporting indirectly. He told you are to supporting what you are, and also Dr. Sarita Agarwal and also Alok Kumar Agarwal. Everyone is because the conference is conducted all the faculty. I am the non-faculty. I am the Group B employees conducting first time the conference in the government institution. I appreciate and heartful thanks to everyone. Thanks to the organizing committee and also our honorable director. Thanks to everyone. Thank you, sir. I'll join and also now everyone stand up the national anthem, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.